Please be seated. Mama, action. Honorable members, before we proceed with today's business, I wish to make the following announcements. The vacancy which occurred in the National Assembly owing to the resignation of Mr. M.H. Redeleng Hayes has been filled by the nomination of Mr. D.R. Ryder with effect from the 1st of July 2017. The member has taken oath in the Deputy Speaker's office. I welcome you, Honorable Member. On behalf of presiding officers, I also wish to convey our heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of two African National Congress members of Parliament who passed away, Mr. Trevor Bonhomme and Mr. Timothy Koza. May we stand and observe a moment of silence in respect of the honorable members. Thank you. Honorable members, the House will schedule. Honorable members, order, order, order.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Can you please call that person to order? We don't need him here.
Honorable member, please.
He's in the gallery. Where are the bouncers? Can you bounce on him, please?
Honorable members, please take your seat.
Yeah.
Take your seat. Take your seat. Honorable members, the House will schedule condolence motions in this regard in due course. We also wish other members of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education who were injured in a car accident a speedy recovery. These are Honorable Gina, Honorable Olis, and Honorable Macheke. The only item on the order paper is a motion in the name of the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. Honorable
Deputy Speaker.
My money?
Deputy Speaker, prior to, can we, because this motion of no confidence is going to be decided by secret ballot, we've got two people in the House here who are not allowed to vote because they're not members of Parliament. Can we propose that they excuse themselves for this process and then we participate as members of Parliament? That is Mr. Nteko and Mrs. Mukonyan. So they must excuse themselves because we are going to engage in affairs that involve members of Parliament. And the two of them are not members of Parliament. Can they excuse us so that we are able to deal with business of the day, remove a person in their absence? Please.
Honorable Member, thank you very much. Honorable members, the business of the House will be conducted by the Chair appropriately. And at the appropriate times, if necessary, we will make the necessary procedures. Honorable Maimani.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes. Please take your seat, remember. Yes, Honorable C.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, yesterday we made a request that the Chief Whips Forum meet, and we did meet earlier on today. And we agreed that the procedure for voting will be amended and distributed to all members. I'd like to know when that is going to be done because the debate's now starting. Thank you.
Honorable Member, the people who know that will give an indication to you soon. They will be able to do that soon. Yeah, it's okay. Go ahead, Honorable Mr. Maiman.
Deputy Speaker, honorable members, comrades, fighters, Democrats, fellow South Africans, Bagaetsu, Dumela. Last week, we lost a colleague and a committed parliamentarian. Those who work closely with Honorable Timothy Khoza spoke of his big heart and his concern for others.
Honorable members,
he died while performing his duty, and that is how we will remember him, committed to the people, always trying to make a difference. Our thought and prayers are with him and his family and his party at such a difficult time. Honorable members, we may represent different parties in this House, but we are united in our love for our country and our loyalty to the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. We may have different opinions, but we are not enemies. All of us sitting in this place, black, white, Indian, and colored, want South Africa to work, to be a prosperous nation that we know it can be. I became a member of parliament because I wanted to serve the people of this country. I wanted to make a difference. And I know that most of you who are sitting here are here for the same reasons. You want to do what is right, what is just, and what is honorable. We've all traveled a different journey to get here. And growing up in Soweto in the 1980s, I witnessed, like many of you, the sharp end of apartheid brutality. And I swore I would do all that I could with what I have to fight oppression in this country. I never imagined that one day I would be here in this parliament fighting a new form of oppression, a corrupt system that keeps our people imprisoned in poverty. If you told me that one day our democratically elected president would end up corrupted and captured by a criminal syndicate, I would have never believed you. But here we are. We've all traveled along different roads, but we've arrived at the same destination. We all have a choice today to do what is right, what is just, and what is honorable. I know many of you are tired of talking about President Zuma. So am I. And I'm tired of speaking about the Guptas. That is why we tabled this motion, so that we can move on from this disastrous chapter and focus on the things that matter to our people. Honorable members, this is a historic day. Indeed, since the dawn of our democracy, the stakes have never been higher. Our state has been captured. And we know this from the hundreds and thousands of emails that have been leaked. We know that from the testimony of members and former members of this House. As a result, our economy is in recession and our country has been downgraded to junk status. While the corrupt quickly exchange their stolen rands into dollars, it is ordinary South Africans who are hit hard. Fellow South Africans, I have seen with my own eyes the effects of poverty in communities across South Africa. I've spoken to people who collect spoiled meat from rubbish dumps to feed their families. I've met mothers who feed their children on sugar water and boiled weeds. I've heard of parents abandoning their babies, and I've heard of the good people turning to crime out of sheer desperation. Bagaetso, matshelo a ma-Afrika Borwa a nna boima. Borotho bo tura gompieno go feta bone bo tura maabane. For malapa a mantsi, toro ya go nna le ntlo ya bone mo Afrika Borwa ga e sa tlhole le teng. Ba ba emetseng di-social grant ba sokola go tswelela pele. Di-grant tsa bone ga di kgone go ba tsweletsa pele. The value of pensions and savings is shrinking. Aksena mali ya textbook, aksena mali ya classroom, aksena mali ya scholar transport. And in fact, what is even more tragic is that more and more South Africans are running out of opportunity to find work. Fellow South Africans, honorable members, the choice that is before us is a simple one. Either we will allow one family, aided and abetted by our president, to take everything from us, or we on behalf of the people of South Africa who elected us, take our country back. The choice before us today is not between yellow, red, or blue. It is not about party politics. It's not about who tabled this motion or who didn't. Today, our choice is between right and wrong, between good and evil. Today, we do what is best for our country, or we turn our back on it. When we vote today, let us recall the oath of office that each of us took when we stood here. That oath says, I swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa, and I will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other laws of the Republic. I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the National Assembly to the best of our ability. All of us sitting in this place said those words right here in this house. But saying those words will mean nothing if today we don't put our words to action. Are we, honorable members, are we prepared to uphold the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa and all other laws as we saw that we would? Voting in secret today means none of us have an excuse. We are all free to follow our conscience. If we fail to use this opportunity, history and many South Africans will judge us harshly, and the people of this country may never forgive us. I hold the hope that there are enough people in this house today.
Sorry, honorable member, please take your seat. Honorable members, can I plead with you that we lower our voices so that the speaker can be heard? We would like every speaker who's going to speak here to be listened to. This is presumably a very important debate. Thank you very much. Go ahead, honorable member.
I would hope that there are enough people in this house that will put politics aside and do what is right for the people who elected us. We are encouraged by the words of former Minister Pravin Gordhan, when he says, I think the president should move aside and let someone take over this country and reset the course, so that we can fulfill the kind of aspirations that Mandela and his generation held for our country. Honorable Gordhan, will you play your part today in resetting the course of history? We're encouraged by the words of Honorable Hanekom, when he says most MPs are senior members of the ANC, committed to South Africa and our movement. They'll do what is best for our country. We take heart, Ntate Ramaphosa, from your words when you spoke about state capture.
Order, the Speaker.
Yes, honorable member, please take your seat, honorable member. Order. Honorable members, please. Order. Yes, honorable member, what are you rising on?
No, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Maimane has failed to deal with Honorable Zille. So he can't tell us anything.
Oh, no, honorable member, that's not a point of order. Proceed, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Steenhuisen. Honorable Steen, can we allow the speaker to proceed? Because if we do that, we will take on time that we should be deserving to. I understand your concern. Can we proceed without allowing
Deputy Speaker,
debate? Yes.
I rise on Rule 66.
Yes.
Members not to be interrupted, and particularly by spurious points of order. Now, the honourable member there does this in every debate. And I would ask that you urge him to refrain in this important debate from making himself look foolish and this House look foolish with these spurious points of order that are not points of order in terms of our rules.
Proceed, honourable member.
Ntate Ramaphosa, you said, I will not keep quiet and remain numb to what this means for our country and its people. We will not protect those in our ranks who are involved in these actions. Ntate Ramaphosa, today, will you put your words to your actions? And then there was a frank admission by Honorable President Zuma when he recalled the events that led to Polokwane in 2007. In fact, he said, had we known that our revolution and our struggle were going to be handed over to an immigrant Indian family going by the name of Gupta, we would have behaved differently. We would have never thought that Zuma was the right person to lead the ANC and to lead the alliance or the country for that matter. Babu Nzimande, are you prepared today to correct your mistakes of 10 years ago in this house? We were moved by the brave words of Honorable Khoza when she told President Zuma, South Africa no longer leads you. Uphold the ANC's constitution, uphold the country's constitution, and step aside. Your vote in this motion, Mamu Khoza, is the honorable and the ultimate service to our people. Honorable members, these statements reflect what many, if not most of you feel. Aside from the instruction given to the ANC caucus to follow the party line, who within the ANC and its alliance really wants Jacob Zuma, Ubabu Zuma. Amongst ANC stalwarts, the calls for him to step down have become a deafening chorus, with former presidents speaking out aloud. Former President Motlanthe is on record stating that if he were an MP, he'd support the motion to remove President Zuma. Former President Thabo Mbeki shared this sentiment when he said, "It is obvious and logical that MPs must act in Parliament as the voice of the people, not the voice of the political parties to which they belong." Honorable members, I know what Nelson Mandela would have done in this house today, and you know it too. He once said, "May your choices reflect your hopes and not your fears." I am asking you today to overcome your fears, to show courage when the people of this country need you the most. I am asking you to vote today, to vote for hope. The hope that we can defeat the corruption that oppresses our people. The hope that a prosperous nation at peace with itself and with the world. The hope, fellow South Africans, that we can make South Africa a better place for our children. If we do the right thing today, we will give our children a better future that they deserve. Vote for your hopes, honorable members, not your fears. Do the right thing today. Vote with your conscience and remove this corrupt and broken president from office. I plead you, let us put the people of South Africa first and vote to remove Jacob Zuma today. I thank you.
Honorable the Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Doris Dakude.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, His Excellency the Deputy President, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, our guests in the gallery, I greet you all. Firstly, we extend our sincere and heartfelt condolences to the families of our comrades who were also members of this House, Honorable Bonomi from KZN, who passed on after a long battle with cancer, and also Honorable TZM Khoza from Mpumalanga, who died in a tragic car accident while on oversight visit to schools around Paarl. The ANC is much poorer without them. May their souls rest in peace. We also extend our best wishes to the committee members who were injured while on oversight. Honorable Gina, who is still in hospital, Honorable Cynthia Majeke and Honorable Ian Ollis, who are recuperating at home, including the bus of the minibus, Mr. Mayor. Honorable Speaker, as we celebrate the Women's Month, the ANC commits to creating a safe and secure environment for women. The ANC welcomes the Speaker's decision to opt for a secret ballot. We have always indicated our openness, either a secret or open ballot. Honorable Deputy Speaker, moving forward as parties and a country, we should reflect on whether it is desirable for public representatives to conduct their vote in secret. The inherent danger of such a practice being potential to use money to influence politics and the electorate, not knowing what their representatives voted for. Honorable Speaker, our Constitution, Rules of the National Assembly and the Joint Rules of Parliament, Chapter 9 Institution and the Judiciary ensure that the executive accounts. The President has at least 4 question and answer sessions in this House where members have a responsibility to scrutinize executive decisions. Honorable Deputy Speaker, siyakwati sonke ukuthi umongameli unelungelo ngokwemthetho sisekelo ukuthi akhethe emalunga wecabinet aphinze futhi awashintshe kulungelo lakhe lalinikethwe emthetho sisekelo enesimalunga weANC siyakwati ukuthi sikhundla kukhongolose akusibo bukhosi siyabolekwa inkosi iyatalwa kepha thina siyakhethwa ngiyabonga sihlalo. Honorable Speaker, the haste for political showboating and vilification of the person of the President, not robust questioning of the office that is displaced by walkouts each time the President honors his obligation, undermines our responsibility. We are aware of all issues raised in our society. We acknowledge our mistakes and are committed to correct them. We aspire to be and to do right. As our former President Utatu Nelson Mandela explained, and I quote, "I am not a saint unless you think of a saint as a sinner who keeps on trying," close quote. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the May 2017 NEC Lekgotla and NEC agreed on the establishment of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry to investigate all allegations of state capture that are out there. The President has also committed to the establishment of that commission, of Judicial Commission of Inquiry. Honorable Speaker, this debate is about our integrity as the governing party, public representative, and the nation, which occurs in an environment where a democratically elected majority with policies for a radical impetus to a constitutional liberal democracy is pitted against an insurrectionist opposition anchored on a racial privilege protectionism and narrow populist nationalism. Honorable Speaker, the motion is their publicly stated intention of regime change, a wish to manipulate the legislature, usurp our constitution so as to collapse government, deter service delivery, and sow a seeds of chaos in society to ultimately grab power. A hypocritical opposition devoid of integrity disciplines its public representatives for voting with conscience for a service delivery budget. Shame of you. It is the same hypocrisy that vote in defense of its Western Cape leader, yet expects the ANC to vote otherwise. We are not sellouts. We know who sent us here. We will vote the ANC. Honorable Speaker, siyakwati sonke ukuthi likhetho lethu la eNingizimu Afrika maphathi kuphela la contesta likhetho. tinhlangano tete politiki leti wina lukhetho, tinhlangano tete politiki leti thumela bantu eParliamente ukuthi batimele, tinhlangano tete politiki leti niketa malunga awo eParliamente ligunya lokuthi tendeni. Sonke sihleti la sithunyelwe tinhlangano tethu, sonke sihleti la sithatha mandate from our parties. Akekho namunye lakini la ngathi yena uvota nganembeza wakhe. Sikubonile lokho kwendekile eMkhale City. Sikubonile amakhansela lamanye eEFF ayabitwa ukuthi ajeziswe. Makhansela weDA ngokuvota ngonembeza abitiwe aba subjected to a lie detector test. What a shame on you. Honorable Deputy Speaker, sometimes our hurt is immeasurable, the anguish of our people insufferable, the propensity of our collective resilience beyond sustainability when tested. At times, the noise is too hard. It defends even the lucidity of reason, at which point we seek the easiest and quickest of exist, oblivious to our incalculable cost to ourselves as a people and party now into the future. It is yet at this very moment that our individual and collective integrity must propel us to rise above political expediency and personal distaste. Assume higher goals for our forebears and lodesters set for
Honorable
us as a
Deputy
people.
Chief Whip,
The
your
ANC
time has
rejects
expired.
this motion with the contempt it deserves. I thank you.
Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to thank the incoming acting president, Balega Mbete, for having been courageous enough to take a decision allowing the secret ballot to take place in this place today. Many in the ANC, including the officials of the ANC, have told her not to engage on issues of secret ballot, but to offer an open ballot. She went against the wishes of the officials of the ANC. We salute her for that. We are not here today to remove a democratically elected government of the ANC, which was voted for by our people in 2014. Whether we like it or not, we must at all times respect the wish of the people. And that's why we are here to make it very clear that ours today is not against the ANC, but against the father of Duduzane. We are here to remove Duduzane's father because Duduzane's father is the most corrupt individual in this country. I want to say to the comrades in the ANC, we warned you about Nkandla, and you did not listen to us when we spoke about Nkandla. In 2016, you lost some of the metros, and your response was, you should have acted better on Nkandla. Your response was, you could have handled this matter differently, and you committed that you are going to improve after those outcomes. From August 2016 till to date, there is no single improvement. You have degenerated further. You have become worse than before the 3rd of August 2016. And now, can you imagine what is going to happen in 2019 if you are continuing the way you are going to continue here today? We want to say to you, we're not questioning whether the president has got powers to appoint a cabinet or reshuffle it. But we have a problem with a cabinet that gets reshuffled by people who are not elected, Because if a cabinet is reshuffled by the Guptas, then we know that the president is no longer executing his responsibility. We are rising against the Guptas who are reshuffling cabinet. We are rising against the Guptas who are appointing the boards in ESCOM, in PRASA, in Transnet, in SABC, in SAA. We are rising against the Guptas who have ensured that our economy is downgrading, that our economy is in recession. We are rising against those who have surrendered the people's power into a family of foreigners. That's what brings us here today. If the president had executed his responsibilities and respected his oath of office, we will not be here today. We will never call for removal of an elected president who respects his oath of office. So stop misleading yourself. Stop telling yourself a lie. The vote is secret. Your conscience will remain with you. You know we are telling the truth. We want to say to Honorable Kensani, you are doing very well in the energy department. We are unable to say so because of the things you said during Nkandla. You are writing your own history as you sit here. Even when you are going to perform better in future, we will have a difficulty because of the wrong history you have written. All of you sitting here individual, Honorable Deputy President, you are writing your own history.
Honorable
you will
member,
be judged according to the history you have written.
expired.
I'm saying to Stellan Dabeni,
Honorable member, your time has
all
expired.
of you, these
Honorable
people
Malema.
will not be here when you are
Honorable
this
member.
side. Protect your future, Stella, by voting
Honorable Malema.
to Dizani out
Honorable
of power.
Malema, your time has
ANC,
expired.
vote Zuma.
Honorable member, your time has expired.
We want
I have warned you that your time has expired. Honorable Malema, your time has expired. Honorable Malema, what's wrong with you? Honorable Buthelezi.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Your Excellency, our Deputy President, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of this House. I would like, first of all, to thank the Speaker for having used her discretion to allow this debate. I know most of the time she gets brickbats, but I think on this occasion she deserves a bouquet. The poisonous seed of corruption was sown long before democracy, but its roots silently crept over the threshold along with a liberated nation. The axe of our highest ideals failed to destroy this strangling vine. Instead, it was nourished with every secret deal, irregular tender, and dishonored word until we reached the point that the unthinkable became possible when a sitting president lied to Parliament, lied to the people, trampled the Constitution, and sold the country to the highest bidder. Today, we as the custodians of our nation's well-being must act to save South Africa. This motion of no confidence is not against the ANC. We're not here to say ANC must fall. It is against corruption, it is against state capture, it is against one man. The President knows that I'm deeply uncomfortable speaking against my head of state. There are more people who are younger than myself are more comfortable saying "Pansi with Zuma," which I cannot say to an incumbent, head of state. I'm a patriot and a servant of this country. I believe in respecting the office of the President, and I've never attacked the office either publicly or privately. I believe in protecting the dignity of this highest office in our land, which is why 10 years ago, I proposed separating the position of head of state from the head of government. That wasn't done, and now we've reached an impasse. To protect the dignity of the office of the president, I am forced to speak against the man who has brought that office into disrepute. Now, today, we must vote with our conscience, or we must face the righteous anger of millions of South Africans. They won't keep silent. They will express themselves not only through marches and protests, but through the ballot box. Colleagues, I've heard you saying we can't have our leader recalled by the DA. But this is not a DA initiative. Look outside. Look at the people lining the streets of Cape Town and Pretoria and marching in the cities across our nation. These are ordinary South Africans from all political persuasion, including the ANC. Their message is clear.
Honorable Shenge, I'm afraid your time is expired, sir. Honorable Kubisa.
Deputy Speaker, honorable members of this House, the NFP wants to convey its condolences to the families of the bereaved honorable members of this House, and also wishes those that are still in hospital a speedy recovery. Having said that, Speaker, today's debate is historic. Today's vote is crucial and critical. Never has South African society been so mobilized. No matter how the vote goes, for South Africans from all walks of life, they want change, they want action. South Africans of all persuasions feel betrayed, rejected, and made mockery in the eyes of their counterparts across the continent and other nations. Day by day, they see their hopes of a productive, thriving, rich, caring, and prosperous South Africa dashed. These masses of our people feel the pinch. That tells how important decisions taken in this House are. The National Freedom Party notes that various sectors and organs of our society have combined their efforts and have repeatedly spoken with one voice against maladministration, lack of service delivery, and graft that continues to define this administration. Perennial challenges seem to engulf the government of the day and show themselves in service delivery protests. Many South Africans are languishing in abject poverty and hunger, unemployment, lack of better resources like water and sanitation, electricity, water, roads, and that all defines their being. Economic resources keep shrinking and our economy is not growing, thus resulting in huge job losses and relegating the majority of our South Africans to utter despair. Most South Africans go to bed with empty stomachs, yet corruption from top to bottom is so rife and heavily embedded in government. We, however, cannot sit back and think that Mother Nature will bring a prosperous South Africa on a silver platter. We must do something, and every opportunity that avails itself must be used responsibly. Our society is the one whose foundations have been shaken. South Africa becomes a polarized nation on a daily basis. The rich becomes richer and the poor becomes poorer. The National Freedom Party believes that we have to work together as South Africans. Unity is not an option, it is a socio-political imperative. We need to inculcate a new spirit of patriotism in our people, that they come together, air their views, air their dissent and dissent, march, picket, but protect the physical structures and resources in our community. The National Freedom Party believes that we must mobilize and galvanize all sectors of society, all patriots who must stand together and speak with one voice and creatively come with new strategies and techniques to help constructively build, change our society for the better. This is our country. This is our children's country. We must protect this country for generations to come. We cannot behave like we do not care. For some time, opposition parties have spoken, some ANC members have been speaking, the civil society has been speaking, and everyone has been speaking about graft and abhorrent state capture in this country. It seems it fell on deaf ears. We want to say we must heed the words of Nelson Mandela, who said, let us never be unmindful of the terrible past from which we come, using that memory not as a means to keep us shackled to the past in a negative manner, but rather as just remember how far we've come. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you.
This is a bad habit you are following. Honorable Holomisa.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable members, fellow South Africans. Following the success of the UDM by creating a safety net for all members of parliament through voting by secret ballot, we have to seize the opportunity to put the people and the country first. In this regard, let us vote against the abuse of power, the infamous bogus intelligence report, and the abuse of the resources of our people. Let us vote against the threats to our sovereignty and the constitutional order. Let us vote against Mr. Zuma, the chief architect of the state capture. As if that is not enough, Mr. Zuma had the courage to mislead this House about a bond to his private house. Later on, he went to the National Council of Provinces to mislead that house too. He said the public protector never gave him a fair chance to respond to allegation against him, yet he was given no less than 4 hours. In years to come, the history we are writing today shall not only be read and taught, but it will also determine the socio-economic and political future of our country. Whatever we do this afternoon, it must be for and about South Africa. The electorate has bestowed upon us a responsibility to collectively stay true to the vision, the mission, and goals of our country as espoused in our Constitution. We are also called upon to live up to the values and ideals of those who came before us and founded the constitutional democracy. Accordingly, these challenges must propel us to do everything within the confines of the law and redirect the downward trajectory that has visited our country under the leadership of Mr. Zuma into an opportunity to recapture the historic mission of our nation and constitution. Dinondlulele icarpet ndani rolela. Idlala unumber 6 apha kwipolitiki ndinifakela itroopers. Ambano ukora ke ngoku akusekho no goalkeeper phaya. Zimthi pali fakani ibhola. Inkosi.
Honorable Mabi.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Deputy President of the Republic. Today we are going to give it to our modern day fanatics of fame and fortune, the Democratic Alliance, who consistently want to appear as the authors of the moral script and custodians of good conduct in society. In the DA, the word revolution doesn't exist. Everything they do is guided by opportunism, lust, and desperation for fame. Our movement, the ANC, has led the charge in liberating the people of South Africa and leading the rest of society to a right path, one that has always been about reconstruction and development. We're entering this debate of yet another frivolous and fruitless motion of no confidence to primarily attend to the essence that this motion is grounded on. Any serious motion brought against a president duly elected by the National Assembly, specifically one that impinges on the character of the president, need to be well researched with necessary empirical data and backed by substantiated and verified reports, and not gossips and hearsays, doctored to appear as facts. The worst to happen is believing on your own propaganda, a path the DA seems to be following. And as Thomas Sankara has it, we in the ANC, the movement of the people, are not against progress, but we do not want progress that is anarchic and criminally neglects the rights of others. We in the ANC continue to draw strength from our forebears, and with one such being Tata Nelson Mandela, whose words of wisdom continue to resonate with our efforts to build a country for all. For the benefit of the proposers of this frivolous motion, who are clearly guided by the distraction and a greater will to try everything to try and undermine what has been done, including approaching the courts with the aim of liquidating the people's revolution, is talent where Tata Nelson Mandela warned. It is so easy to break down and destroy. The heroes are those who make peace and build. There is no right-thinking movement rooted amongst the people, driven by the greater love for humanity, which can vote in favor of entrenching minority interest and extracting a people-centered government from power. Today, we're taking full control of this debate, performing to the fullest and without a hint of doubt our leadership role, including dictating on what needs to happen. So what are we confronted with as the nation that requires ANC leadership? We have before Parliament the 2016 State of Capture report from the previous public protector, which this Parliament is beginning to apply its mind on, thanks to the ANC leadership in caucus. In applying our minds, we are well aware that the State of Capture report was concluded rapidly, containing very serious findings and recommending very specific remedial action. In this regard, our President, the President of the ANC and that of the Republic, President Jacob Zuma, is already leading the charge, undertaking the process to establish a judicial commission of inquiry with rigor and honor for its conclusions on the allegations made to have a measure of credibility. The outrage in public over the levels of perceived and real corruption must be urgently addressed by this Parliament. As public representatives, led by the ANC and with the support of other political parties, we have already initiated a process that will allow complete expression by all political parties as representatives of our people. This process allows for the necessary examination, scrutiny, and testing of the veracity of allegations contained in various reports currently before Parliament. It is the existence of these various multi-party instruments within Parliament, like ad hoc committees, that are necessary to assert accountability and a continued oversight role to regularly attend to instances of wrongdoing and consolidate good governance. And consistent with our resolve to represent all of our people fairly, where Parliament might not have necessary capacity, we regularly defer such to structures in our society that are set up to investigate, so that the public interest, our democracy, our constitution, the program of government informed by the governing party must succeed, since its design is to improve the lives of our people and give them a secure future. Already the portfolio committees of public enterprise, home affairs, and the standing committees of public accounts is leading the way, with transport and mineral resources set to follow. So while as the DA motion seeks to dislodge the state president and de facto his appointed cabinet, bring about a collapse in the executive, and serve their stated desire to force the country to go to early national and provincial elections, the ANC position to say the nation is speaking and has spoken, and having listened, we are responding. The public correctly hates corruption. The public correctly hates corruption, theft, and other forms of public and private sector perceived and real corruption. And as a public representative, we are duty-bound to investigate these allegations, both real and perceived. We must bring experts and analysts to test the veracity of allegations and to come to a determination on what must happen to those who are implicated, irrespective of who it is. As progressive Democrats, allow a fair, open, and due process to take place. While as public opinion is critical, which public representatives must appreciate and respect, the court of public opinion must not be allowed to become the benchmark of decision-making, as this will collapse the structures that the state, the constitution, and the law has put in place to test the veracity of allegations, claims, and counterclaims. This is even more important today, where social media seeks to influence the outcomes even without subjecting itself to the test of veracity. The ANC will not lean to opposition parties, especially yourselves, and remove its president, as we know that these opposition parties are working overnight to dislodge the ANC and extract it from power without following due processes. This is another special coup d'etat. This motion is nothing else but a test of character. We refuse to be directed by the DA and the rest of the opposition. Parliament must act on the balance of evidence, not on the allegations of the DA motion. Establish wrongdoing and then act, not the other way around. Otherwise, everyone can see that this is merely opportunistic. The Constitution requires that we as parliamentarians apply our minds. The antithesis of this is to speculate and indulge in generalities. The fact that we are being asked to commit ourselves to something which opposition parties don't apply themselves to in their own leadership is common cause, and will not say to those parties, which include the mover of today's motion of no confidence, you will never convince any conscious MP by being yourself inconsistent. Courts of law apply this principle, and today you want to lower the standards we have set to govern the country in order that you benefit as a party. Let me come to the other part of the DA motion, which speaks to the matters of economic concern, which are directly attributed to the president. It's important you listen, because you are going to learn a few things. The classic and dishonest way.
Honorable Mabi, I'm afraid your time has expired, sir.
We will never vote to remove the ANC from power. We're going to consistently educate you on what the ANC has done.
Honorable Mabi? No. Honorable Groenewald?
Agbare adjunct speaker, die vraag wat ons vir onsself moet vra is, wanneer kan die mense van Suid-Afrika vertroue hê in 'n president? Die mense kan vertroue hê in 'n president wanneer daardie president sê hy tree in belang van die mense op. Wanneer 'n president bereid is om verantwoordelikheid en aanspreeklikheid te aanvaar vir die dade van die regering of dade wat hy toelaat, dan kan ons sê dit is 'n verantwoordelike president waarin ons vertroue kan uitspreek. But Honorable Deputy Speaker, what we have in South Africa is a president who is constantly doing blame shifting. It's never the fault for or of the president. It's always someone else's fault. It's always shifting the blame. If the economy doesn't grow, it is because of white monopoly capital. It's shifting the blame. That is what you are doing. And I want to say to the honorable members of the ANC today, if you do not, and listen carefully, if you do not give the support to this motion and remove the president who's a blame shifter, then you say to the people of South Africa, the problem is not the president, the real problem is the ANC government. That is what you say. And then the ANC government must be replaced. And that is going to happen. But I also want to say to the honorable members of the ANC, you must listen very carefully. I am a realist when it comes to politics. I want to say to the honorable members of the ANC specifically, the choice today is not only a choice for or against the motion. There is an alternative of abstain. And if you, I understand, you must protect your party. But if you want to prove to the people of South Africa that you do listen to their needs, then I'm asking you, abstain from this vote and give a message to your president to say that we don't have confidence in you. You have the choice. The Freedom Front Plus will support this motion of no confidence because we don't have any confidence in a blame shifter for president. I thank you.
Honorable Lekota.
Within the confines of Robben Island.
Oh, the honorable members.
Within the confines of Robben Island, the leading lights of our movement, the African National Congress, taught us that the struggle we were waging was not a sectarian struggle. It was a struggle for the people of South Africa to enjoy democracy and a better life for all. Those stalwarts that taught that included the late Walter Sisulu, Nelson Mandela, Govan Mbeki. No, they taught me, not you. You were not there. You were not there. They also taught us that it was crucial always to be truthful and honest. A consequence of which one of them said, I have nothing, I'm here on Robben Island, I have nothing, only prison clothes. But a critical thing I have is the integrity, the truthfulness to my people. I told them I would never betray my commitment to them that I'll fight for justice. And although I have nothing, I am remembered because I have not lied to them. Here we have a situation of an individual, a leader, who promised our people to uphold the Constitution, but has been found by the highest court of our country to have lied to the people because he did not uphold it. If I was asked to vote for such a man, I would refuse. And I invite you, the whole House, don't vote for anybody who lied for our people. Secondly, here we have to decide an individual entrusted with the budget of our nation then took that and stole for himself and stole with his friends, the Guptas, and so on. Such an individual has lied to our people. Please don't vote for someone, all of us, don't vote for someone who lied to our people and stole their money. Thirdly, here we have to vote around the issue of an individual who entrusted with the responsibility to govern our country before our nation, and the nation promised that he was going to do so. And then gave that responsibility to some foreigners to compose our cabinet, to manipulate it, to give it instructions day and night. And we've only discovered in the recent weeks that don't vote for such an individual.
Honorable Kota,
vote for someone who will be trustworthy for the people to the people of our country.
Honorable Kota, your time has expired.
I appeal to all of you, my comrades, this side and this side.
Honorable
we must
Kota,
vote for someone we can trust. Forget about me.
Please,
Deputy Speaker, honourable members, the ACDP welcomes the Speaker's decision yesterday to allow for today's motion of no confidence in President Zuma to be voted on by secret ballot so that members of this House be able to vote according to their conscience. If we thought that Nkandla debacle was scandalous, the extent of revelations of state capture borders on being treasonous. Former Finance Minister Pravin Gordhan has estimated that state capture has cost the country in excess of 100 billion rands. In attempting to persuade ANC members from supporting this motion, Honorable Mthembu stated, and I quote, President Zuma's removal from office would have the impact of a nuclear bomb and would be disastrous if it happens. But we are saying today, we do not agree with Honorable Mthembu. We believe the opposite to be the truth. What could be worse, Deputy Speaker, than President Zuma enabling large-scale state capture and recklessly reshuffling his cabinet to benefit the Guptas? In an open letter to ANC MPs, Reverend Mos Nkla said, and I quote, "You stand at a crossroads where you can either choose to continue to put the country through its current trauma, or you can choose to focus on the common good by ensuring that this president is impeached as soon as possible," close quote. On behalf of the ACDP, I want to take this opportunity to commend those courageous ANC MPs who have, despite personal threats to their safety, stood their ground and spoke out against state capture and corruption. It is those courageous MPs who know that this motion is not only about opposition politics, but rather it is about the very soul and survival of our country. That's why we expect all members of this House who love this country to support this motion. Deputy Speaker, change, we believe, must start from the head, or all other efforts to restore order will be in vain. We agree with the Honorable Makosi Khosa
who is on record as saying that this motion today, and I quote, "It is a critical step in taking back our democracy, which has been usurped by a suffocating web of greed, corruption, and patronage, and which she believes has become the hallmark of the current ANC leadership." It is disgraceful, Deputy Speaker, that some in the ANC are rushing to censure Honorable Khoza while President Zuma is not being held to account. He has avoided accountability for too long and is no longer fit to hold office. We have said it in the past in this House, and we repeat it again, that the writing is on the wall. The President has been weighed in the scales and found wanting. Today, the President must be discharged. All members of this House must vote the President out. Thank you.
Honorable Fandam.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the eyes of our nation are on this Parliament today, watching and waiting and hope. The people of South Africa have the expectation that we will bring them a new beginning today, and we dare not fail them. I stand here today to make an impassioned plea to members of the ANC not to disappoint the people of our country again. In particular, I ask you not to disappoint the millions of South Africans who have stood by you through thick and thin. If you keep Jacob Zuma as president today, many of your faithful supporters will no longer call the ANC their home. It will be difficult for them to leave, but leave they will.
Yes.
When you cast your votes...
Honorable Fandam, please take your seat.
I rise on rule number 85.
Yes.
If Honorable Fandam can call the President the Honorable or Mr. Orubaba.
Your answer was, Mama.
That's correct. Go ahead, Honorable Member. That's correct.
When you cast your vote today, honourable members, also think of the South Africans who struggle every day to survive. These are South Africans who had hoped that after 23 years of freedom, life would have gotten better. These are the gogos who live in dire poverty. These are the mothers who cannot feed their children. These are the fathers who are losing their jobs as our economy continues to fail, factories and mines closing down. The people of South Africa, Honourable Deputy Speaker, place in this Parliament their hope that a better South Africa can start today. Setting our country back on track requires the removal of the corrupt system which Jacob Zuma and his insiders have created. Now it is time to take action against our country's captured president.
Honorable Fandam, a point was raised about calling members that. No, you call him a Mr. or Honorable. You know, it's the rule.
No president who has stolen the people's money, violated our constitution, and broken his oath of office should be protected by this august house and its members. Time and time again, the members on my right have protected this man. They have defended him, they have backed him, and there is simply no excuse to do so again. I listened to ANC speaker after ANC speaker today. Number one, you could barely mention Mr. Jacob Zuma by name. And number two, none of you actually spoke about why this House must vote against this motion of no confidence. You have no confidence in Jacob Zuma, so support this motion. This is not a motion against the ANC. This is not a motion to remove the ANC government. It is a motion to remove Mr. Jacob Zuma. Let us remember why we are here today. The DA tabled this motion because of Mr. Jacob Zuma's Gupta-sponsored cabinet reshuffle, which tanked our economy and set our country straight to junk status. We are seeing consequences of this day after day as life gets more expensive and hundreds of thousands of jobs are lost.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I would like to address you. It cannot be accepted that an honourable member I raised the point of order on 85. He keep continually and deliberately.
She's corrected herself, Honourable Member.
No, but he's doing it again.
Order, Honourable Members, order. Order, Honourable Members, you don't.
As more and more details of the Gupta control of our government emerge, it is clear that Jacob Zuma has sold out our country, including his own party.
Honourable Member.
Today, honourable members.
You keep repeating that. No, call the president or Mr. Okay. You know that.
As more and more details emerge of the Gupta control of our government emerge, it is clear that Mr. Jacob Zuma has sold our country out, including his own party. Today, honorable members, please do the right thing. Please put South Africa first. Please put an end to the Zuma oligarchy. If you will not do it for yourselves at the ANC or the people of this country, do it for the struggle heroes who gave their lives for this democracy and must be turning in their graves when they see what has become to a once glorious movement. The votes we need to put South Africa first sit in your hands at the ANC. This is a rare moment, a chance to do right by the people of South Africa. Can we ignore the millions who are unemployed and losing their jobs? Can we ignore the hungry, the impoverished? Can we ignore the grand corruption of this man, Mr. Jacob Zuma? History will judge you as the ANC if you again choose to protect Jacob Zuma. A better South Africa can start today.
Order, Deputy Speaker. Order, Deputy Speaker. This side.
Yes, Honorable Van Dam, take your seat. Yes, Honorable Member.
All right, the Speaker, I raise on Rule 85.
Yeah.
The Honourable Member continuously call the President by his first name.
Okay.
And he knows very well that is not allowed.
Okay.
And I think he's doing it deliberately.
Okay.
Actually, it's a Van Dam.
Clearly, that member not only wants to be the Mampara of the month, but the Mampara of this term.
Honorable Van Dam, honorable members, when we request you to obey the rules, it's because we want you to respect the House. Are you listening, Honorable Van Dam? Yeah. Respect the House and its rules. If you show contempt to the rules, that's out of order, and you know that. Don't do that again.
I said Mr. Zuma repeatedly.
No. Don't deny anything. We are listening to you. Please proceed.
History will judge you badly as the ANC if you choose to again protect Jacob Zuma. A better South Africa can start, Mr. Jacob Zuma, sorry. A better South Africa can start today, but only if you put South Africa first. The people of South Africa are watching. For once, please do the right thing. Fire Mr. Jacob Zuma.
The Honorable Minister of Defense and Military Veterans, Honorable Nasir Makula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, and honorable members of this House. Today's session in this House has attracted, in my view, more attention in our country and even abroad, to even surpass the opening of Parliament and the delivery of the President's State of the Nation address. But we've been here before, 7 times in the last 7 years. The only difference today is that the process of voting will be secret. The reason it is secret is because there is some belief amongst the opposition parties that some ANC members in this chamber will vote with them, thus giving a boost to their no confidence motion to oust the president. In other words, they want those ANC members to help them topple the ANC. The sponsor of this motion, the Honorable Maimane, has said on a number of occasions that President Zuma is not the real target. He is but a small aspect of their strategy. The target is the ANC.
Honorable Minister, please take your seat. Yes, Honorable Ndozi. What are you raising on?
I think the speaker on the platform is deliberately misleading the House in that we are looking to topple the ANC.
Honorable Member.
That is not true.
Honorable Member, that's not a point of order.
Can you be honest to yourself, Mama?
Honorable,
speak from your
Honorable Ndozi, take your seat. That's not a point of order.
There are other leaders on the opposition benches here in this House who have expressed a similar sentiment. As Honorable Malema yesterday said, their goal is to remove the ANC from power. They want the ANC members to help them fulfill that ambition. They believe the time is now ripe for them to further exacerbate the problems of the African National Congress. The ANC leadership...
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Yes. What are you raising, Honourable Member?
It's out of order to misrepresent what the Commander-in-Chief of the EFF has said. He never said that the ANC will remove itself in 2019.
Honourable Member.
Saying for this process, we're going to remove the father of Edward and Duduzan.
Honourable Member.
Those are the targets that we're dealing with now.
Honourable Member, take your seat.
In 2019, we'll deal with elections.
Honourable
So
Minister,
don't misrepresent the CIC
Honourable Shivambo.
to argue a narrow point because it's not a reflection of reality.
Honourable
He never said what
Shivambo,
he
take
said
your
he
seat,
said.
please. That's not a point of order.
Thank you very much, Honorable Floyd. I'm sure if you go back to the news yesterday and the interview you had.
What's your point of order, Honourable Minister? Please take your seat. Yes.
No, she's lying about me in my presence here.
Honourable Malema.
And she's too old to be Honourable
Malema.
I want to respect her, but she can't lie about me.
Honourable Malema.
I said yesterday,
Honourable
this
Malema.
is about
Honourable Malema.
Edward's father.
Honourable Malema.
It's not about you, it's about Edward's father.
Honourable Malema.
I'm focusing on Edward's father. That's
Honourable
what I'm focusing
Malema.
on.
Honourable Malema. You can't say a member is lying. You know that. Withdraw that. No, withdraw that. You can't say that in the House.
Okay,
unless
I withdraw. But
please.
you are misrepresenting the truth, Mama. Edward's father. Let's focus on Edward's father, please.
Honourable Malema, you're out of order.
They want ANC members to help them fulfill that ambition. They believe the time is now ripe for them to further exacerbate the problems within the African National Congress. The ANC leadership admitted publicly that the movement was experiencing big problems as a consequence of the wayward behavior of some of its members. When the ANC held the 105th anniversary celebration on the 8th of this year, January, we told South Africa through the President about those issues. We were open as we publicly admitted that some of our members were involved in corrupt activities, were encouraging factionalism in our structures and destroying in the circumstances the unity that our forebears forged amongst South Africans to construct a country that would belong to all who live in it, black and white. We've publicly admitted that the ANC has these days become indeed a house divided. Our message of the 8th of January included the following lines, and I quote, "The people have told us that we are too busy fighting each other and we do not pay sufficient attention to their needs. Our own research and interactions with members of the ANC demonstrate clearly that the people abhor the apparent preoccupation with personal gain. People are clear. Their main priorities are jobs, fighting crime and corruption. Our task, therefore, is to grow the economy, create jobs, and rigorously fight crime and corruption. The opposition in this House are doing all they can, including sponsoring this motion, further to divide the ANC so that we are a shadow of what we were during the 2019 general election. And they want the ANC members to help them achieve that goal. The word conscience has been bandied about so many times in the past while. People have been calling on members of the ANC to use their conscience to remove President Zuma, as if we ordinarily have no conscience. But let me tell you what exactly my conscience is. It reminds me that it was South African voters who sent us to our parliament to represent them, all of us, ruling party and the opposition. The ANC has received more votes than all the parties in the chamber and became the ruling party since the first election in 1994. My conscience tells me we all need to respect the voters that brought us here. The only way the ANC can lose power is by way of a negative vote at the next general election. We cannot use means other than the people's votes to try and topple the ANC. Remember,
As you yourselves in the opposition benches have said, the ANC is the target. Removing the ANC from power is the main aim. You said it. Let's go to a general election. Let's go to a general election. We should not use other tactics to get rid of a governing party. That would be akin to a coup. There is a phrase I also want to introduce in the context of this debate: political consciousness. My political consciousness tells me I have a duty to defend the African National Congress. I'm standing here on this podium to defend the ANC. I spent my youth as a member of the ANC. I am now approaching the twilight of my political career. I came into this house in 1994 as part of the first parliament.
Point of order, Jim.
I've been a leader in
Point
the ANC.
of order, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you.
Honourable Minister, yeah, Honourable Member, what are you raising on?
Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. There are people up here, in particular here, who are clapping very loudly. Okay. Can you please coach them? What's the rule of...
All right. Honourable members and our guests in the gallery don't participate by way of clapping or shouting. We welcome your presence, nevertheless. Please obey the rules of your invitation. Thank you. Go ahead, Honourable Minister.
Therefore, I've served my people the best way I could in those years, but I will always defend the ANC for as long as it is at the helm and in contact with the people of South Africa.
On a point
Perhaps
of order.
in keeping with the historical significance of the moment,
please take
we
your seat.
should
What's the point of order?
The rules are clear that members must stick to the topic of debate. Sithetha ngotata kaDuduzane Zuma namhlanje, not about the ANC.
That's not a point
Can you
of
please
order.
focus, Mama?
Honourable Member.
We are not talking about you being here
Honourable
since
Member.
1994.
Honourable Member, stop
It's
talking.
like you are
I'm
applying
switching
for
off
a
your
job to
microphone.
us.
No,
We are
Honourable
talking
Member, I'm switching off your microphone. Take your seat. Honourable Minister, please proceed with your debate. Honourable Member, Honourable Minister, proceed with your debate.
Perhaps in keeping with the historical significance of the moment, a point of order.
Honourable Minister, please take your seat. Yes, Honourable Member.
Yeah.
What are you raising on, Honourable Minister?
Deputy Speaker, I rise on rule number 92, a point of order. Rule number 2, Chairperson, clearly states that members must stand up with a point of order and indicate which rule are they referring to. Ngiyacela Chair ukuthi ake usincede kulabantu abadisturba uSisnosiviwe ekhuluma. Chairperson, you are allowing particularly the EFF not only to disrupt but to make political statements. We are all capable of doing that, but there are rules of the House. So that nonsense is
Honourable Minister, Honourable Minister, I haven't allowed anybody to break the rules. I have told them to not to do that, and you are falsely accusing me. It's incorrect. Honourable, what are you raising, Honourable Member?
Honourable member says uzibambe lezinto.
No.
Who is izinto here? Can you please tell her to withdraw those words?
Honourable Gadi, take your seat. I've heard you. Take your seat.
Yes.
Take your seat, Honourable Member. I've heard you. Honourable Minister, did you say that? Honourable Minister, did you say that?
Izinto ziyazazi zona.
Honourable Minister, you can't say that. You have to withdraw that. Honourable Minister, you have to withdraw this. That's not said in the House.
I withdraw.
Unconditionally, please. Honourable members, order. Honourable members, order.
Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Deputy
Honourable Malema, what are you raising on now?
Next time you must bring breathalyzers here, man.
No, man. Honourable.
How can a normal sober person say such?
Honourable Malema, you are out of order, and you must withdraw that. Honourable Malema, withdraw that. Honourable member, you withdraw that. Any member here, what breathalyzer here? Withdraw it, Honourable Malema.
What is unparliamentary about that?
Withdraw your statement, honorable member.
Which rule are you applying?
I will remind you of something.
Honorable
We
members.
have used the word brutalize in this parliament
Honorable,
before, and there was
honorable,
never such a ruling.
Honorable Chivamo, who gave you the right to speak?
On the point
Take
of
your seat.
order.
Take your seat. Honorable Malema, I requested you to withdraw imputing what you imputed on the member.
I withdraw because I don't want you to chase me out. I want to vote a criminal
Take your
out.
seat. Take your seat, honorable member.
Honorable
Take your seat.
Deputy Speaker.
Speaker.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable members. Honorable member. Honorable Minister, please proceed.
Honorable Deputy
Honorable
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable members.
On the point of order, Chair.
Yes, honorable member.
I'm rising on Rule 84. Honorable Malema has just said that he's going to vote a criminal out. It is unparliamentary. Please.
Honorable Malema, did you say that?
Yes, I did.
Withdraw that, honorable member.
I withdraw. I want to vote a crook out.
Honorable Malema, withdraw that. Withdraw that.
I withdraw. I want to vote Lemene out.
Honorable Malema, you
Is
withdraw,
that unparliamentary?
you withdraw unconditionally, or you'll have to take consequences of your decision.
I withdraw.
Take your seat, honorable member.
Unconditional.
Yes.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member, what are you rising on?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the minister earlier did not withdraw unconditionally. She said she draws.
Honorable member.
There is a difference between drawing and withdrawing. So she must withdraw and not just draw.
Honorable member, please take your seat. That's frivolous. Go ahead, honorable minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. On the 23rd of May 2014, the then leader of the Democratic Alliance, Honorable Helen Zille, while making her final election campaign, called to the voters, summed up the message of her party when she said this to South Africans, and I quote, "Remember that in a democracy, the government is supposed to work for you. You hire it and you fire it. And we all know how it is done. You hire with your vote and you fire with your vote," close quote. Few days later, South Africans voted in an overwhelming majority and rejected her invitation to fire the ANC government. She was correct, however, in her assertion that we all know how it is done, referring to the electoral process as the most credible test to determine what the people want. It is the only way voters can truly express themselves directly on what is best.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
What's your point of order, honorable member? Honorable Minister, please take this.
Section 102 of the Constitution says a president can be removed, and that is legal. The Speaker cannot mislead the nation by saying that as a president can only be removed by a general election. She must withdraw that statement.
No, that's a political statement, honorable member. Take your seat. Proceed.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, it is, however, also important to make the following point by continuing to place their confidence and their hopes in the ANC. Our people do not do so out of an act of naivety. Neither do they do it so out of a belief that they owe the ANC anything. Their reason for their support is that they remember that the ANC was the premier force that led them in struggle to liberate our beloved country. To round off my input, let me remind you, honorable members, especially ANC members, that this movement does not belong only to South African masses. It is a movement of the people of the continent. What used to be the ANC anthem, based on Enoch Sontonga's composition, Kosulekelele Africa, continues to be the national anthem of some of the continent's countries. They claim the ANC is their own and want the ANC to go to do good. Thank you very much,
Honorable Gallo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On the 13th annual Steve Biko Memorial Lecture delivered at the University of Cape Town in 2012,
Ben Okri decried the posture that the liberation movements assume once they have waged a struggle against oppressive regimes. He eloquently rubbished the movements, arguing that they come, eat, and squander the possibilities of their times. Honorable Speaker, the agility of the ANC is dwindling, and its political ancestors are turning against the tide. Lest we forget that the negotiated political pact in 1994 was far more than that we bargained for. It introduced checks and balances as oversight instruments over the executive. Members of Parliament are lip-bound by their oath of office and affirmation. This indeed is an oath that ought to pursue public good in favor of the poor and the marginalized. In hindsight, this House is well versed in the recent Constitutional Court ruling in the secret ballot case, where the Chief Justice Mogoeng warned parliamentarians to be circumspect when they strike a delicate balance between party interests and their duties as members of Parliament. It is this balance that will determine whether the lifespan of our parliamentary democracy would withstand the test of time. Our hard-won constitutional democracy cannot be paralyzed by a mob of constitutional delinquents who have no regard for the letter, spirit, and purport of our national blueprint. It is a matter of grave concern that a country so imbued by economic probity and tight fiscal consolidation is now teetering on the brink of technical recession. The members of the ANC should be able to establish moral fortitude and rise to the occasion. Honorable Speaker, the values that underpins our constitutional democracy were not designed to fulfill nefarious ends, but to ensure that the conduct of members of Parliament is in sync with the principles of responsiveness, openness, and accountability from the executive. It is entirely upon members of Parliament to choose
I'm afraid
what
your time
all
has
South
expired,
Africans
sir.
have been praying for, accountability from the executive. I thank you.
Honorable Klowama.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Members. The bad spell of the Guptas is too powerful. I can't recognize Minister Kigaba anymore. I can't recognize Minister Msebenzi Zwane anymore. Honorable Members, President Zuma has stabbed the constitution of this country with a knife. His presidency is more like a kiss of death to the future and economic recovery of this country. President Zuma is beyond redemption. With his countless scandals, he can win awards in prison. Honorable members, President Zuma is a weapon of economic destruction. Those who will vote for Zuma are worse than those who killed Ruth First and Chris Hani.
Honorable Member, President or Mr. Zuma. Let's obey the rules of the House, okay? It's not about your opinions, it's about the rules of the House. Let's stick to them. Go ahead, Honorable Member, just ignore them.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Members, we cannot afford to be led by someone who opened the doors for pirates, like the Guptas. Our country has been surrendered to asset strippers. If President Zuma survived this motion, we are truly on a highway to hell. The economic revolution of this presidency is the Gupta revolution. This president tolerates pillage of state funds. Honorable members, the Gupta empire is spreading like an infectious disease. and the family of the president are beneficiaries. Honorable members, the power of the executive has been outsourced. The Gupta family has become our cabinet. We are a nation deceived and manipulated. Therefore, removing President Zuma is not an option, but a must. Honorable members, it is my plea that today you must show your courage. You must show your love for this country. We must make sure that we protect the future for generations to come. I beg you, even those we know that they are natural born cowards, today we are expecting you to rise above the occasion. Honorable members, I expect not to see this president sitting in this chair anymore. I can't tolerate him in this National Assembly anymore. We don't want to see any state of the nation addressed by President Zuma. At least, Deputy President, please today prove me wrong that you are one of the bravery. I knew you, I want to see you remembering the 1986 march that you used to lead. Please, lead us today, let us remove this president. I thank you.
Honorable Mbinda.
Deputy Speaker, honorable members, the PAC notes the vote of no confidence as tabled before this parliament today, which has found popular expression as the Zuma must go choir. The PAC, however, does not see the vote of no confidence against President Zuma as a solution to the problem of corruption and patronage as perpetrated by the ruling party. As the PAC, we exist solely to serve the African people and them alone. We therefore will not be used or persuaded into being part of any imperialist agendas aimed at galvanizing the forces of capitalism against the very African people we are sworn to serve. Therefore, as PAC, we have decided to focus on what matters most, the return of the land back to its rightful owners and wealth of our country. However, the PAC has observed that throughout the post-94 dispensation, the very ANC which too claims to be in service of our people has continued to protect and maintain the existence of the capitalist and colonial structure of our economy. Changing of faces of warm bodies will not benefit the interest of the African people, but it will benefit those that are in the ruling elite. President Zuma is an individual pursuing the programs of the ANC. So what you need to do is just to remove the ANC. The ANC has entrenched liberal policies whilst widening the gap between the haves and the have-nots. It is therefore our view that the capitalist imperialist economic setup which deprives the African people of opportunities cannot be overthrown through a vote of no confidence, but rather through a changing of the constitution and the abandoning of the evil system of capitalism. In so doing, we will there begin to address the issues of corruption in the ANC-led government, which are largely part of a culture and a norm centralized in the office of the president. Thank you.
Honorable Godi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, comrades, honorable members, fellow Azanians. The African People's Convention has always made concrete analysis of concrete conditions and take decisions in the interest of the African nation and the working class. The APC has resolved that we will not abstain in this vote. We will vote. We will vote in support of good governance, against corruption, and the cause of fundamental transformation of the political, socio-economic power relations which have been sustained and reproduced in the era of freedom. So the APC will vote in support of the motion before the House. Our vote is a protest against mismanagement, corruption, maladministration, and the thieving of public resources. Ours is a vote demanding public leadership that is ethical, upright, honest, earnest, focused, and resolved in serving the people. We want revolutionary morality as the bedrock that informs public leadership. Forge exemplary conduct. Everything for the people and nothing against the people. Ours is a vote in protest against the perpetuation and reproduction of the poverty, unemployment, and inequality inherited from white minority rule. The rich have become richer, whilst the poor continue to live in gut-wrenching poverty, drowning in their misery with gangs, drugs, alcoholism, femicide, diseases, violence, etc. Let those who love their people and progress join the APC in the cause of Pan-Africanism and socialism. Fellow Azanians, I thank you for your kind attention. I thank you.
Honorable Minister of Arts and Culture, Natim Tetwa.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, Deputy President, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, colleagues, members of Parliament. One of the ramifications of unipolar world order is the imperialist machination of demanding regime change in countries across the global south. Often, this is the removal from office of those heads of state and government who refuse to kowtow to the reactionary interest of an oppressive global hegemony. Similarly, the call for regime change in South Africa today is a ploy to destabilize, subvert, and undermine our democratic order.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Into a constitutional
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Minister, please take your seat. Yes, Honorable Gadi.
Deputy Speaker, you are requested to ensure that there is
What rule is that?
The point of order, Rule 92.
No, what about Rule number 2?
Honorable Speaker, I will read for you the rules if you don't know them.
You don't know them, that's why you need help.
I'm telling you, it's Rule 92. You want the page?
Yeah, what do you want to address, Honorable Member?
I want to address the misrepresentation by the minister who speaks of regime change and
Honorable Member, that's not a point of order.
No, that's not a. No, it's not. Misrepresent us here. It's about Tutuzane's father here.
Honorable Gadi, take your seat.
It's not about the change of government.
That's not a point of order.
We can't allow that to be misrepresented here.
Honorable Member.
Thank you.
No, that's not a point of order, and screaming won't make it so. Go ahead, Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for that commercial break. They seek the back door because they are not Democrats. They seek the back door because as true agents of apartheid, together with their former homeland government stooges and puppets on the left of this House, they long for days of minority rule. The dark days when a small illegitimate handful could boss the people around. They seek the back door, what they fail to win through ballot, as they contest the ANC all the time and get defeated. We know very well that their target is not President alone. They have no confidence in the 11 million people.
Order. Honorable Speaker, we just want to clarify that we are not clapping for the minister, we are clapping for you, Honorable Speaker.
Order. Proceed, Honorable Minister.
They have no confidence in the people. 11 million plus who voted the African National Congress. And because democracy is poetic justice, the people have no confidence in them. Therefore, their target is our democracy in its entirety. A major fallacy that has been raised by the opposition is that the recession was caused by the cabinet reshuffle, and nothing can be further from the truth. That the threat of the recession began to manifest between the last quarter
of 2016 and the first quarter of 2017, which predates the cabinet reshuffle. Equally significant, Honorable Speaker. The first downgrade by S&P to sub-investment level was decided before the reshuffle. It is thus disingenuous to suggest that the downgrade was a reaction to cabinet reshuffle. And what this means is that this motion is therefore founded on fake news. The target of our detractors with this motion is the authority of government, because what they aim for is a coup d'etat to overthrow of the legitimate government through this destabilization. This is the same government.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Order. Honorable Minister, please take your seat. What point are you raising on, Honorable Member?
Here, Madam Speaker. Here we go.
I'm looking at the EFF benches. Honorable Malema.
Honorable Speaker, it's a serious allegation to say a motion that was
Are you
processed
rising or
on a point of order, Speaker.
What is the point of order?
To say a motion that was processed properly through your office is actually a coup d'etat. I think that allegation,
Honorable
Minister,
Member,
must
that's
withdraw
not
it.
a point of order. Honorable Steenhuisen.
Madam Speaker, I rise in Rule 85 of the National Assembly Rules, which talks about reflections on members of the Assembly. I think it's a very serious reflection on members of this Assembly or honourable members of this House to accuse them of a coup d'etat when all they have done is placed a constitutional motion that appears in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa on the order paper.
That's stretching a point. It's a political point, Honorable Steenhuisen.
So it's a political point when I call the President a criminal. We'll remember that one.
No, to say a coup d'etat is not the same as calling someone a criminal. Please leave that issue.
This is the same government that has measures in place
Honorable Speaker,
to grow and transform the economy.
Honorable Speaker, on a point of order.
Yes, Honorable Jose, what's the point of order?
Honorable Speaker, I want to persuade you. A coup d'etat is a crime in this country. It is executed through guns
Honorable Member,
and death.
let me look at this issue in the Hansard.
Okay, please, because
then I
you
will
can't
take it
accuse
forward.
honorable members of a coup d'etat.
It is.
It's actually very irresponsible.
Please proceed,
This
Honorable
is an
Minister.
attempt of a political coup d'etat. No apology about that. This is the same government that has had measures in place to grow and transform economy through 9-point plan. As a result of this plan, the energy crisis in this country has largely been resolved, and load shedding is a thing of the past. In fact, Honorable Speaker, our people's access to electricity has increased from 58% to 85%. In its commitment to bringing about...
Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Minister of International Affairs is doing it again. She's sleeping.
No, Honorable Mbata, please
No,
take
she's
your
thinking
seat.
about the future. I mean, she's thinking about the future.
No, please take your seat. Leave the minister. Please proceed, Honorable.
In its commitment, Honorable Speaker, to bringing about prosperity for all, this is the same government that has put in place 14-point recovery measures, following broad consultation with various stakeholders in order to unlock economic growth and to rehabilitate business and consumer confidence. Government has increased GDP by more than 9 times, from 400 billion to over 4 trillion per annum. This is the same government whose proactive and progressive policies have seen the overall health of South Africans improving, with life expectancy having increased to 6 years. This is the same government that has decreased functional illiteracy nearly by half, from 34% to 19%. In fact, the basic education system has been an upward trend, and as matric pass rate has improved. We have seen students who have obtained the National Senior Certificate increasing from 45 to 56%. This is the same government that has ensured that 17 million beneficiaries receive social grants as part of comprehensive fight the scourge of poverty. The stooges and their bosses are targeting the People's Assembly because they think this is their best apartheid parliament. This is not your apartheid parliament, and the ANC is not your Bantustan playground. Their target, and this is the real motive behind this facade, their ultimate target is the African National Congress, a true movement of the people. We've got the news for you. The ANC is united, solid, resilient, and vibrant. And if you say how, you'll see with the defeat today. The ANC will resolve its own internal dynamics because we have a time-tested systems and processes that define and refine our forward march. At 105 years old, the African National Congress is the oldest liberation movement that still stands, and the ANC will not be lectured by the upstarts, the start-ups, and some Mickey Mouse organizations like yourselves. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of overwhelming majority of our people, the African National Congress rejects and repudiates this reactionary motion. We have confidence in the people. We have confidence in the duly elected head of state and government. We have confidence in the democratic government of the Republic of South Africa. We do not have confidence to the stooges and their bosses. Because so much has been said about Madiba today, let me quote what Madiba would have said or said about them. Addressing COSATU rally in 2000, this is what he said. He defined the DA in the following manner. That was a party of white bosses and black stooges. He continued to say, no matter how they cover up by getting a few black stooges, they remain the bosses. The white remain the bosses. And they remain, DA remain their party. We've heard what the leader of the opposition has said here. We have said a lot about Motlanthe and Mbeki, who are ANC leaders, by the way. But I'm looking forward to a day when you remind South Africans of your predecessors. And let me remind you your predecessors. Helen Suzman, the one of qualified franchise, Colin Eglin, Frederick Francois Slabert, Zach de Beer, Tony Leon, whose father was hanging freedom fighters as a judge, Helen Zille. So really, I don't think that there is anything you are going to give us. We are going to defeat you, even today.
The Honorable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Fellow South Africans, the Constitution of the Republic envisaged Section 102 and a motion of no confidence in the President. It did not say if you move that motion, you are moving for regime change. It only sought to say if you move that motion, you are moving for accountability, which is what we are here to ask for today. I want to urge fellow South Africans to listen carefully, Minister Mteto. When former President Kgalema Motlanthe said, these people are not hirelings of the ANC, they are public representatives. They take an oath as parliamentarians to be public representatives. They can't be treated in the same way as you treat an ANC branch. What is true is that speaker after speaker came here today and married Jacob Zuma, President Jacob Zuma, and the ANC as if the two are inseparable. I would hate to believe that that must be so, that today you will vote to defend corruption rather than the people who elect you to come here. I would hate to believe that this glorious movement what the Minister of Defense said is a shadow of itself. It's not because of the opposition, it's because of President Jacob Zuma, not the members on this side. Fellow South Africans, I am here to simply say, this motion was not moved by a particular race. It was moved on behalf of the people of this country. Labor, business, religious communities, South Africans stood in unison outside here, black and white, and call on you to do the right thing today. Many of you went to the NEC to call for the president to resign. Many of you have spoken. I am not here to call for a regime change. I am here to call for the removal of a president who has violated the constitution of this republic. You could ask for yourself for him to resign, but he has proven he has not, because he is not elected out there. He is elected in here by members of parliament who elect the president. Let me quote one of my former leaders, as you've challenged me to do. Helen Suzman once said, there is a chill running down this parliament. It is seeking a spine. And I fear that today we will prove whether we will act courageously for our people or courageously for Jacob Zuma. Act courageously for our people. I thank you very much. Vote for this motion.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, that concludes the debate. I now put the motion. Are there any objections? There are objections. I therefore put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those against, no. I think the noes have it.
Speaker?
Yes.
Dare calls for a secret ballot. Thank you very much.
You are asking for a division, and now that the division has been called for, the bells will be rung. For how long? Isn't 5 minutes? Okay, honorable members, a division having been called for, the House will now be suspended to allow for the preparation of the chamber.
Madam Speaker.
For the vote to be conducted by secret ballot.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
May I address you in terms of Rule 92.2 with Annexure L of the document that was distributed earlier.
Yes.
To seek your guidance and ruling on a matter which is germane to the vote before us today.
What is that?
Section
matter?
102 says that the vote in this instance is decided by a majority of the members of the National Assembly.
Yeah.
As there are apparently more than 5 vacancies in this National Assembly of seats that are unfilled, could we get guidance from you what the threshold in this instance would be for a 50% plus 1? Because the guide, while saying...
Order, honorable members, yes. Honorable Stearns and finish off. Order.
Because surely in this instance, because there are vacancies in the National Assembly, it couldn't be 201 votes. And we know it's going to be a very close thing today. So we want to make sure that we understand exactly what that threshold is, given those vacancies in the National Assembly. Thank you.
Honorable member, I'm advised that the quorum is always counted on 400, which is the 400 seats. And therefore, the 400 means the quorum would be 201, in spite of the vacancies in the ANC. Now, honorable members, please let's suspend the sitting, and the bells will be rung to alert members to the resumption of business. Business is now suspended. We can talk while the business is suspended.
Honorable Speaker.
Well, that is the break time ahead of the vote in this motion of no confidence in President Jacob Zuma. As expected, the debate was obviously heated and at times kind of degenerated into some level of chaos. But of course, the ANC bringing out some of its big hitters in the form of Defense and Military Veterans Minister Nosiviwe Mapisa Nqakula, as well as Arts and Culture Minister Nathi Mthethwa. In the main, the ANC has been driving the narrative that the ANC will vote on party lines and not according to conscience, as parties and the MPs are deployed by the parties and are expected to toe the party line. But of course, on the broader scale, they seem to want to not isolate President Jacob Zuma in this motion of confidence and trying to portray this motion as an attempt to remove the ANC from power, as well as linking it to broader regime change agendas, as they put it. But of course, on the other hand, the opposition has been trying to exploit some of the weaknesses in the lead up to this motion in the form of the leaked Gupta emails, which seem to portray a level and allegations of corruption within some of the cabinet ministers, as well as in government, as well as state-owned companies. And they are saying that perhaps the man at the center of all of these allegations, the president, must be held accountable because in a certain way he has failed to uphold his oath of office, as well as did fail to actually protect the constitution. And that debate, of course, just ending a short while ago. MPs will now be taking a break and the doors will be locked as the Speaker and officials of Parliament prepare the voting ballot papers, as well as preparing the voting booths where the MPs will be making their marks in a secret ballot. Joining me in studio now is the spokesperson of Parliament, Mr. Muloto Muthapo, who's going to be with me in studio to chat about these tricky processes. Of course, some of these issues are unprecedented. Mr. Muthapo, welcome to studio.
Thank you.
Just take us through what will happen now going forward.
What will happen now is that, as we have seen, the Speaker of the National Assembly has suspended the House. She's suspending the House to ensure that the preparation for the chamber process through a secret ballot. So what will happen is that there will be the staff members of Parliament, they will bring in the 4 voting booths. One of those 4 voting booths will be friendly for the wheelchair members who are on the wheelchairs. They will also bring 2 ballot boxes. So as soon as that is set up, the house, the voting equipment are set up in the chamber, on the floor of the chamber. The Speaker will then order that the bells be rung so that the members of Parliament can come back and the House can resume. So as soon as the members are seated, the Speaker will direct that the voting process must now begin. So the members of Parliament will be called in accordance with their surnames, alphabetical order, to come and vote. So each member will go, will be called to get a voting ballot. which will have 3 options to which they must attach a mark. The options will be yes, or no, or abstain. So the members will then choose which option they want. And the voting will take place until all the members of parliament have voted. And once the voting has been concluded, the Speaker will declare that the voting has been concluded, and the ballot boxes will be sealed completely in full view of the members of the public, as well as in full view of the members of parliament. And the boxes will now be taken to a separate room where voting will then begin. The counting will begin behind closed doors. Now, to ensure that there is fairness, representatives of various political parties represented in the House will be observing the entire process. The voting, the counting of the strict supervision of the Speaker of the National Assembly, assisted by the Sergeant at Arms, as well as the Parliamentary Protection Officers. And once the those results and hand them over officially to the Speaker of the National Assembly. And the Speaker of the National Assembly will then order that the bells be rung so that the House can resume, and she will duly announce the results to the House and to the entire public.
All right, Moloto, as we welcome our viewers on SABC2 who are joining us for this live broadcast as we've just finished the debate into the motion of no confidence in President Jacob Zuma. Of course, as we've said a bit earlier, the members of parliament have actually just taken a break now as the parliamentary presiding officers and staff prepare for the process of voting. That process is expected to begin shortly. And just a reminder that we are speaking to the spokesperson of parliament, Mr. Muloto Mutapo, about the mechanics of this voting process. Now, Mr. Mutapo, just give us a sense of whether the voting process, other than the Speaker, is there an independent body that oversees this process, as well as the auditors? Are those people independent of the institution itself?
No. Voting, because it's an internal parliamentary process. And you know that in terms of the rules, the Constitution says that Parliament has got authority and the power to determine its own procedures and processes and internal arrangements. So this is one of those that have been referred to, processes that have been referred to in the Constitution, and therefore Parliament will be entirely responsible for the entire process. So the National Assembly table, members of the National Assembly table, those are the members of staff that you see that are seated at the lower table below the Speaker or the presiding officer, who are dressed in black gowns, will be responsible for the counting. And they will be counting under, as I've said, the supervision of the Speaker of the National Assembly, the representatives of political parties, there may be whips, will be there to make sure that each and every ballot that is being counted, they can see that it goes to the right place, it is counted accordingly, etc., and it is captured. So the entire process, it is being done internally, but it is a very fair process that is under that the political parties will be able to observe, so that they are satisfied about the integrity of the outcome.
All right, as we check the pictures coming out of the National Assembly, those are the 4 ballot booths.
Those are the 4 voting booths that I was referring to. You can see one of them has got that capability, so that members who are on wheelchair will be able to go through to vote. And then you will have, I think, there at the very end by the table, there will be 2 ballot boxes that will be placed, so that after each and every member has cast their vote, they will then fold it nicely and deposit it inside one of those ballot boxes.
Now, let's just bring in the issue of the Chief Whips Forum meeting that happened around lunchtime. Was there a different process that was agreed upon or that was decided on by the Speaker prior to the changes that were made of having this voting happening inside the National Assembly?
The Speaker herself, because the voting processes, they have been around. You know that previously when the voting on the President of the Republic takes place, there is a use of a secret ballot. So there are standing voting processes that the Speaker has developed. But of course, the members of Parliament, the whips of various political parties, have got a right to reflect on the voting processes and to suggest amendment to whatever clause of that process on the sheet. So I'm not certain where they have altered or where they wish to alter, but that is a function of the whips themselves working with the presiding officers. I'm sure that the discussion, as you would have heard, should be ensuing as the chamber is being prepared.
All right, just maybe to recap for some of our viewers, we did hear from some of the opposition parties that the voting, the ballot box papers would not contain any numbers to prevent identifying or linking those numbers to a person voting on them. And the second issue was that it was decided that the actual voting would not happen in an adjacent room where people would vote outside of the National Assembly. The amendment there was that the ballot boxes and the ballot booths must be inside the National Assembly in full view of all the MPs, so that as to ensure a very accountable and fair process. And Moloto, we've also noticed in the beginning of this debate, was it unusual for the Speaker not to be the one presiding over this sitting?
Well, just maybe to go back to that issue that you were referring to with regard to the ballot boxes, the ballot papers, so that we make that very clear that it is a very discreet process, it's a very secret process. There's no way that anyone will know how members of Parliament have voted, because on each and every ballot, what you find is just that question that asks whether the President should be removed or not, and then you've got the three options, yes or no or abstain. And there will also be a stamp of authenticity. So those are the only things that are there to ensure that, and that ensures that the person who voted, the name will never be known by anyone. But with regard to the presiding of this particular sitting, you'll remember that this is a very long process, it's a very long sitting. So as and when there is such a long sitting, the Speaker has to be assisted by somebody. And in this case, the second in command is the Deputy Speaker, Mr. Lichisa Zonodi. So that's why he was the one who started. And you are seeing now the Speaker coming in to begin now until the end of the sitting.
All right, it still seems there's still a bit of activity here inside the National Assembly as some of the table staff are going around doing all the checks and balances there. MPs are also milling around as chatting. Well, the other thing that we want to focus on is the issue of what happens if this motion does succeed. Is Parliament prepared for that eventuality?
Well, Parliament then will have to, and I'm very much careful to really preempt what is essentially a democratic process that is going to unfold here. But
hypothetically speaking,
the process is outlined in the Constitution that if this particular vote, this particular motion is defeated, it will continue, the executive will continue, the president will continue. But if it wins, the process is there in the constitution that the president will have to step down together with the entire executive.
Are we prepared for that eventuality?
Well, that will be the resolution of Parliament. Parliament will have done its job. But like I'm saying, you know, it is an area, it's a terrain that I don't want to even go into at the moment, because a proper, fair, democratic process is unfolding now, and members of Parliament will make their decision to be known very soon.
And just with regards to some of the events that are happening on the precinct and outside of Parliament, security-wise, have you guys received any reports of incidents that have happened?
No. So far, we've not had any accident that has happened. It has been a very smooth process. The members of the media have been accredited. It has been a very smooth process. The members who are sitting in the gallery, because it's a very fully subscribed gallery, public gallery, the accreditation process has taken place throughout the morning, and there's not been any problems. Like we have said, there are no extraordinary measures within the precincts of Parliament. We have ensured that the very same security measures that we have with any other sitting is in place to make sure that the process is as smooth as possible. What is happening outside, it is not responsibility of Parliament, it's a responsibility of the City of Cape Town. And the City of Cape Town is the one that approves these marches, is the one that provides necessary security to ensure that the marchers do so peacefully and democratically.
All right, Muloto, we're going to hold it on that note for now. It still seems that there's no such a movement happening inside the House. For now, we're going to take a wrap here in Parliament, and we're going to try and cross back to Johannesburg, where we believe that there is a political analyst standing by. It's back to Johannesburg.
Well, thank you so much, Bulelani Philip. That was a reporter, Bulelani Philip, speaking to the spokesperson of Parliament, Molopo Mutapo, just giving us a breakdown of how the voting procedure or process will be like. And as we've seen in the visuals, the MPs are busy being given the ballot papers on which to cast their votes. Now, the fate of President Jacob Zuma is now literally in the hands of all the members of Parliament, as we've seen shortly. And that was shortly after each political party stated its case. And all the political parties, they spoke in one voice, saying that President Zuma definitely should go, because he presided over a government which was fraught with maladministration, mismanagement and corruption. And as you see right now on your screens, the MPs are busy casting their ballots, and this is how the process of voting will begin. Now, after the debate, of course, on a motion of no confidence, business is suspended for now. As you see on your screens, the MPs are casting their votes, and then the bells, as the Speaker of Parliament, Baleka Mbete, said, the bells will be rung to alert members to the resumption of business, and the doors of the National Assembly chamber will be locked for voting, as we are seeing right now. And then the question to be voted upon will be printed on the ballot papers with the following options: yes, no, or abstain. And that there will be 2 ballot boxes and 4 voting booths, one of which will be the wheelchair accessible. And the Speaker will direct that the empty boxes be shown to members and thereafter sealed with cable ties. Now, this will put to rest actually the fears that this secret ballot will not be so secret after all, because one member of Parliament who spoke to us on condition of anonymity said that this secret ballot will not be so secret, because, you know, it will be sequenced according to the seat number. So that won't happen. And a control sheet will be prepared beforehand with members' names, and members will then be called upon in alphabetical order to come and collect the ballot papers from the voting table. And each ballot paper issued will be stamped before being given to a member of Parliament, and then members will proceed to one of the 4 booths and will vote by marking a clear mark to cross alongside the yes, no, or abstain option. And each member present must vote and only vote once. And after that, the Speaker of Parliament will then make an announcement as to whether President Jacob Zuma stays or goes. All right, for more analysis on this, we're joined by our very good friend, Professor Lesiba Tuofo, who is actually in our Pretoria studios. A very good afternoon to you, Professor. Thank you so much for joining us. What is likely to happen today?
Well, good afternoon. What is likely to happen is precisely what is going to happen. You spelled it out well. Mutapo spelled it nicely. The media did say, if you look at the document, the procedures and the protocols, you go through them, it's an uncomplicated process. They will be called upon to do what they have already decided to do. And you and I can only wait for the outcome. And that time, I think, will come.
And we saw very heated debates there, Professor. What do you make of that debate? Did the opposition parties manage to sway the ANC members of parliament?
I don't expect much of swaying. Decisions have been made, all right? Unless there were people sitting on the fence, if there is still a fence to sit on. I would want to believe that by the morning when people at least rose from their slumber, they had already made up my mind. And some made up mind some 20 years ago. What I find it fascinating is that there are benches that are empty, especially from the ANC. That is a telling statement. I'm saying so because you would recall in the previous motion of no confidence, it is alleged that about 69 members were absent. The of interest is, why were they absent? Right? Yep. The popular view is that they didn't want to vote in support, effectively saying they are not happy with the way things are, and in particular with the head of state. If a sizable chunk of the same people are not present, right, then it could be interesting to see how the ultimate tally would be like.
Yeah, and then the marches that took place early today, will they have some sort of bearing on the outcome?
For those who are sitting on the fence, like I said, and if indeed there is still a fence to sit on, yes, one might decide, yes, I go this way or I go that way. Okay, indeed, it could persuade some people who are uncertain as to which direction to go. And indeed, yes, it is possible. It is possible that indeed some people could be persuaded to vote this way or that way, based in the main on what was said in Parliament today, and in particular by the marches outside. Let me single out Ntatele Teralokota. Many, even if they were to vote against the motion, I'm sure they will be haunted by the passionate plea and the substance of that plea. That some of us were in Robben Island, and more than half of you perhaps were not born or were not even politically aware. And those that taught me, they said the national flag and the national constitution shall be defended by all means possible and shall supersede even the interests of the African National Congress. They said so then, and he was just reminding them. I heard a bit of howling, and I understand and I appreciate, because some of the colleagues in that parliament are not worthy of being there. If indeed it was not for patronage, it was not for careerism, and it was not for the protection, right, that is expected as a gratitude or an appreciation of the positions given, they surely would not be there. With due respect to them, they know most of them are not worthy of being my representative in Parliament.
Now, Professor, it's quite interestingly, you've just mentioned Teralokota, the COPE leader, and I also heard Phumzile van Dam from the DA and Inkosi Mangosuthu Buthelezi from the IFP saying that this motion of no confidence is not about the ANC, it's not about the government, but it's simply about President Jacob Zuma. If then that is the case, if really it is about one man, then Section 89 of the Constitution, which talks about impeachment, should have applied, rather than Section 102, which talks about the removal of President Zuma and his entire cabinet.
It is not an either or. You can have it both ways, and they have opted for this option. And before I pursue this point, I just want to say something about Mabe. I found it ironic that he was so passionate when talking about anti-corruption, pro-good governance. It was very rich coming from him. But if you come back to this one of the impeachment, and I would say to you, yes, they could go for impeachment or they could pursue this route. Look, as a senior student of philosophy, I will tell you this much. Yes, the EFF and the DA are desirous of winning, of getting the motion carried out. But even if the motion were not to be carried out, if anything, they will be the main winner. They will be the main beneficiaries of the outcome should the ANC decide to keep the president. Because the longer the president remains in office, the more likely that he will alienate the members of the party and indeed potential voters and supporters come 2019. So thou shalt not fool all the people all the time. Either way it goes, the opposition is going to win. Look, let me push it further. If the ANC, if Zuma wins, then the ANC loses. It's simple as all that. Because they know it as much as I do, that if they keep him, and they are likely to do so with a narrow margin, they are going to alienate potential voters and supporters. And they are the main losers in this exercise. But some people say, I understand, I hear you, Lisiva, how you are arguing this matter. Yes, I say yes. Look, there are those who say, our hands are dipped in debt to the elbows. Would rather go down with this man. For even if it is Ramaphosa or a Van der Walt or Van der Merwe who comes in as the leader of the ANC tomorrow, is not likely to give us the positions. It's not likely to deploy us even as ambassadors. So we stand to lose nothing other than to stick it to the bitter end. If it means post the elections in December, and he's recalled, so be it. If he survives up till 2019, so be it. Because we know post-2019, we won't be anywhere. So those are the most dangerous people because they don't have anything to lose in a sense. Yeah. They are just saying, push it to the hilt because I'm out of here. ANC or no ANC. These are the people who don't care whether there will be ANC tomorrow or not. And there are those I suspect maybe are absent who are saying, how can we redeem and save this organization? There are ANC members who are agonizing about the future of the organization. And in Mamtashe, by the way, if I may remind some people here, he once said, the ANC is a broad church, and unfortunately, with so many windows, right, even the wrong, some insects got in, and there are one that are causing problems in our midst. I said then, I can repeat myself, it won't be wrong for the ANC to bow out of governance for 5 to 10 years, to go and cleanse itself and come back with genuine members who will put national interests at the heart of their political careers.
And for those members who put their interests at the heart of their political careers, Professor Evans just rightly said, supporting this motion of no confidence, would it have to do with sacrificing President Zuma at the expense of the ANC, or sacrificing the ANC at the expense of Zuma?
Yeah, either way you want to, whichever. Look, for me, it is easy to sacrifice Jacob Zuma for the sake of the ANC, simply because the man himself can't fault anybody there, right? He has done so much harm to his good name over the years that it would be unfair for him to say he was ditched out by his own. The leaks, the Constitutional Court, a very simple pronouncement that he has violated the oath of office. I tell you, if it was either in Botswana or in Mauritius, and I'm citing deliberately these two countries because they are African countries, and their democracy is so mature that it is very likely that the head of state would have stepped down voluntarily based on the ethos and the depth and breadth and the culture that are so pervasive and are so highly prized in those countries that it cannot, one man cannot be above the constitution or above the law.
Now, should this motion fail, what then happens to those members of parliament who've been calling for President Zuma's removal? Because we heard Gwede Mantashe earlier on, when shortly after he came out of the parliamentary caucus meeting in parliament, when pressed about this question, he either ignored it or he flatly refused to answer it.
Rightly so. It's not going to be an easy one. And I've been asked that question. And my answer is not a complicated one. It says, supposing 30 people are known to have voted in favor of the motion, are you going to fire them? In doing so, you are inflicting more harm to the ANC. You are alienating more people who would have been sympathetic to you, right? That at least some did vote against, showing that there are still men and women of integrity, men and women who acted out of conscience and out of moral conviction. But if you act against those, rest you assured, right? I think the consequences may be too ghastly to contemplate. Surely it will cause more harm to the ANC. Surely it will be playing into the hands of the opposition.
And for those members of parliament from the ANC benches who want Zuma out, could supporting this motion be about getting rid of President Zuma and then saving the ANC from embarrassing losses come 2019? Or could it be simply not wanting to see the smiles on the faces of opposition MPs?
I think one of the most eloquent people who have spoken to this matter is Dr. Makhosini Khoza. And it must be clear, she's not the first one to say this. To mind comes the likes of Ronnie Kasrils, Paulo Jordan, Madlala Rodlech, and many more who have been saying our movement is drifting in the wrong direction. Then you have got the elders, you have got the MK Council, you have got the stalwarts, okay? They are all saying it cannot be that because of one man, the once glorious movement is allowed really to collapse. But yes, the moment of truth has come. Cometh the hour, cometh the man. They must decide. It is in their hands. Either to save the man and destroy the organization, or preserve the organization and sacrifice the man. That is the question they are confronted with today.
Now, Professor, let's just toy around the idea of possible scenarios. Say, for interest's sake, this motion of no confidence fails and President Zuma survives, and then he goes on to the elective Congress come December, and then say, for instance, Cyril Ramaphosa or Lindiwe Sisulu takes over, and then the new NEC decides to recall President Jacob Zuma, and he refuses to step down. Are we likely to see this as a last motion of confidence, or are they bound to push for another motion of no confidence next year?
If Cyril Ramaphosa wins, it's very unlikely that we would have another motion of no confidence in the president. I would push it and say the next 6 months after that election and Ramaphosa having assumed office, I think there will be too much pressure to get rid of the president from within the organization. And some conspiracy theories say to me that that is what they would want. They really would want the man to go today, but then it would have played in the hands of the opposition. They would have been dictated to by the opposition. So when the first opportunity arises, I can assure you they're going to take that. And I'm saying the first 3 to 6 months, if Ramaphosa is in office, and I think he will be in office as a president of the ANC, there will be so much pressure on him and even on the national executive that the right thing to be done should be done. Remember, it is all about at least making do within the remaining months at their disposal. And the longer he's in the office, the more likely that Julius and Musi will be drawing the dividends out of that bank. So the sooner you ensure it's out of the way and you begin to go on campaigns across the length and breadth of the Republic of South Africa, and you are seen to be self-correcting, and you are seen to be getting rid of those that are implicated in the state capture, in corruption, in collusion in order to loot the state, in kleptocracy, if you are seen to be engaging in practical actions that suggest that you want to correct, and you are indeed correcting, people are generally forgiving, especially people of my color. Yeah. We may be pleasantly surprised that come 2019, their sins are forgiven, and with a reduced margin, they are returned to office.
All right, Professor, please do hang on right there. We'll certainly be in touch with you again later on. As we see on your screens, the members of parliament are still busy casting their ballots, because the fate of President Jacob Zuma is actually in their hands right now. All right, then, for an analysis on how the markets are performing as the motion of no confidence vote unfolds, I'm joined by business presenter Colin Lumawane. A very good afternoon to you, Colin. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, the rand seems to be happy at this news.
Well, since yesterday, the rand had actually had a bounce, and we saw how it was improving from the levels of 1.7%. We saw it was from this morning at 13 rand 22 cents. I mean, it came back from around 13 rand 44 yesterday. So you could see that there was this confidence that actually, democracy was actually taking place when the opposition parties would inadvertently vote for the motion of no confidence. But then the markets are pricing in, and they're having at the back of their minds that the vote may go either way, but then if it goes, what they are pricing in, if it goes either way, is that political uncertainty may actually be accentuated, because what happens if it's not approved and President Jacob Zuma stays, and he may again have a shake-up in cabinet. So those are the things that are being factored in. But if not, then we are having a currency that is strengthening at the moment, and when it's strengthening, it's hurting those businesses that have shares in the business where they derive most of their income from foreign currency. So it is working either or for those companies. We've been tracking the bond market right now. They've been slipping slightly. We saw the government bonds, the R207 and the R18 slipping slightly, but not so much of a significant movement, because the markets are playing a wait and see approach, because the finality of the results of the motion of no confidence are what they're banking on. So this morning we had Saki releasing the business confidence index, which has shot up, is 95.3%, which is something which is on the upside for the South African economy. And in the statement, according to the survey that we read this morning, it shows that there is some level of optimism on whether or not South Africa is having positive sentiment regarding business confidence. And when you're looking at the pricing in as far as political uncertainty is concerned, the exit of Jacob Zuma, it is on the upside. But like I mentioned, that the markets are having at the back of their mind that they could be disappointed at the end of the day.
So you reckon the confidence of the rand or of the markets is underpinned by the possibility that President Zuma might go?
Well, it's a question of a propensity, so it is not guaranteed. So the markets are not saying that it's a foregone conclusion that President Jacob Zuma is going to go, but they are factoring in the fact that if he stays, what's next? Does the status quo remain, or are there going to be changes? Because if there are any people who are, because the markets are jittery at the moment, the markets are playing the wait and see approach in terms of the buy, hold, sell strategy. So at the moment, when you make a call and ask a currency trader, or you ask a market analyst, and he will tell you that right now actually we are at the tenterhooks, we are unable to move, we are waiting for that moment where we can make the right decision.
Right. All right, Colin, thank you so much for your analysis. That is our reporter, or rather our business anchor, Colin Lumawane, just giving us a lowdown on how the rand is performing following the news of the secret ballot being allowed by the Speaker of Parliament, Baleka Mbete. All right, let's now cross back to Parliament, wherein the Speaker of Parliament is now making her announcement.
Put differently, in the event of vacancies, as we know there are a number of vacancies, the question is whether the quorum should take account of those vacancies. Honorable members, I rule that we proceed with the voting as we have always done, counting quorum on the basis of 400 members, and then we will still seek a legal opinion. And the outcome of that process will be made known to the members. If it impacts on the outcome of the election today, then that will be attended to accordingly in terms of whatever adjustments.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Steenhuisen.
I'm happy with you proceeding in that regard. But just to clarify, it's not about the quorum. It's about the threshold that would be required to meet the constitutional hurdle of 50% plus one.
Yes.
The argument is that those 5 members should be subtracted from the 400. So it's not about a quorum, it's about eligible members who are able to vote.
Okay, that's fine. It's all right. We will seek a legal opinion, and should there be a need for an adjustment, we will attend to it accordingly. Now, order, honorable members. Honorable Shibambu.
No, thank you, Speaker. Perhaps you must give us an illustration as to when are we going to get that illustration of what number do we need to determine the legitimacy and legality of the outcome, because section 1022 says that
order, honorable members, can we listen to Honorable Shibambu? Yes, proceed, Honorable Shibambu.
Section 1022 of the Constitution says that a motion of confidence in a president can be passed or shall be passed by majority of members of parliament. So if we have got vacancies that have not been filled, you cannot imagine those members as existing. The members of parliament are those that have been sworn in, have adhered to the constitution and the oath, and saying that we abide by the constitution. So that is the basis. It can't be 400 when we are 395 here. We must work on the basis of the number that we have, so that we are able to then determine the outcomes of the motion.
That is why I didn't want us to debate the matter here, and said let us deal with it thoroughly.
But we are voting.
And do every consultation we need, but proceed as we have always done, and that is counting the number and therefore the majority plus one, 50% plus one, on the basis of the seats of the assembly for now, until such time that we will have sought legal advice and we will have properly been advised, and then we will do whatever we need to adjust. And next week should be it should be possible for us.
Is it not possible to get the legal opinion now, Speaker?
No, Honorable Shibambu. I appeal to you to take a seat, Honorable Shibambu, so we can proceed. Honorable members, the Honorable Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker, we do concur with you. Over the past, we have determined the threshold on matters of this nature on the basis of the 400 seats. That's what has been the norm, and we have never changed from that norm. We therefore concur with your ruling that we worked on this basis, whilst at the same time you seek legal clarity on the matter. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Honorable members, I wish to indicate that the procedure for the vote has been sent to all parties.
Point of order, sir.
Who's calling for a point of order?
Uriam.
Honorable Filtanen.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity, Chair. The norm does not apply here. We went to the Constitutional Court exactly because of a norm that was applied by you and proven to be incorrect. We want the proper interpretation of the Constitution of the country. We can't be told about norms. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Filtane. We will still come back after seeking legal advice. Honorable members, in accordance with the procedure that has been sent to all parties, the doors will be locked for the purpose of the vote. I also wish to indicate that the table staff who are here on the floor will assist with the voting process. They have taken the oath and affirmation before me for the purpose of this exercise. The table staff will now show that the ballot boxes are empty and close them. Now, honorable members, one ballot paper with the official mark will be issued to every member present and eligible to vote. One ballot paper with a mark, with the official mark. Members will be called in alphabetical order according to their surnames. When their names are called, members must collect a ballot paper from the voting table. After collecting a ballot paper, each member must proceed to one of the ballot booths and must record his or her vote by placing a clear mark alongside the yes, no, or abstain option provided on the ballot paper for recording of a vote. A mark that is not placed alongside an option will render the ballot paper invalid. So you must make sure you make your mark against either a yes, a no, or abstain, clearly. A ballot paper will be invalid if it is not stamped, if it is unmarked, or if a member has signed his or her name or made more than one mark in recording his or her vote. So if there's no stamp, or if the paper is unmarked, or if you have signed your name or made more than one mark in recording your vote, then that paper will also be invalid. After making the mark on the ballot paper, and while still in the booth, members must fold their ballot paper in such a manner that the official mark thereon is visible to the table staff at the ballot box. After the staff member has noted the official mark on the ballot paper, members should deposit it in the ballot box and resume their seats. Members must not use electronic devices inside the voting booths. The taking of pictures inside the voting booths is prohibited. I ask the chamber camera operators to ensure that cameras are not focused or zoomed into the booths. I'm now talking about the cameras that are normally operational. The secretary will now call upon members to vote.
Abrams Beverly Lynette, Adams Freddy, Adams Patricia Emily, Adams Rachel Cecilia, Alberts Anton Duval, America Derek, Atkinson Patrick George, Bagram Michael, Baker Tanya Elena, Bamugwanya Vatiswa.
Well, welcome back to our SABC studios in Parliament. As the voting begins, it's going to be quite a lengthy process as the voting staff call up each MP in the alphabetical order. We do expect that process to take quite some time. But of course, the Speaker has outlined some of the issues that need to be noted by the MPs. And if we can recap, is that the voting staff, the table staff, or the officials of Parliament have taken the oath and affirmation of overseeing this process. And they've also shown the MPs that the 2 ballot boxes that will be used are empty, and those were then closed in front of the MPs. And of course, each MP will be called up to take up a ballot which has the official stamp or sign. And once they've made their mark, they need to close it in such a way that that official stamp is visible to the elections officials. Of course, people who make invalid marks or those who make marks outside of the designated area, those ballot boxes will be deemed invalid. And lastly, everyone is expected to deposit their votes in their ballot boxes, and therefore they must take up their seats on that. Of course, that process is going to be quite some time, as I've indicated. But of course, the sticking point there is the issue of the quorum or the threshold needed by the parties in order to, actually win or rather lose the motion. The question there, of course, is that there are 5 vacancies in Parliament at the moment, and the question is whether does the House use the threshold of calculating according to the 395 current members in front of Parliament, or according to the 400 seats that are available in Parliament. The Speaker obviously has indicated that at the moment they will calculate the 50% plus 1 threshold needed to pass this motion according to the seats in the National Assembly, not the number of MPs currently in Parliament. And of course, she will be also looking at legal advice in terms of which is one of the 2 is applicable legally, and that is legally sound. Now we're going to be looking at the pictures, still with the spokesperson of Parliament, Mr. Moloto Mutapo. Obviously, these MPs will be called one by one. For the benefit of those viewers who have just joined us, can you maybe just recap on terms of how this process is going to unfold?
Well, as the Speaker has eloquently outlined the process, you would have seen that...
I think we'll have to just take a break from there as we hear the Speaker.
Bapela Kopeng Obed.
Order. Please start from scratch.
Baja Ambulelo Richmond. Bason Joyce Vuyiswa. Bason Leonard Jones. Bekwa Sampiwe Donatus. Bergman Darren. Beekman Francois. Bengu Fesile. Bengu Nozabelo Ruth. Bengu Kombe Pumzile.
Some order, please. Both in the gallery and in the floor.
Bilangulu Kensani Kate, Pokopane Zulu Henrietta Ipeleng, Bongo Bongani Thomas, Boy Mnyamezeli Shedrack, Poroto Mamtlala Grace, Boshoff Hilgerad Sonia, Pozoli Belinda, Proteseth Timothy James, Brayton Clinis, Brown Lynette.
Hlomela, Butkwa, Hlomela, Buthelezi, MG, Buthelezi, Sifiso, Norbert, Kachalia, Khaleb, Kain, Yusuf, Kappa, Ndumiso, Kappa, Rosemary, Nokuzola, Cardo, Michael John, Karim, Yusuf Ismail, Carter, Deirdre, Kasim Yusuf.
Cebekulu Russell Nzigayezwe.
Order, Honorable Speaker.
Well, these are live visuals coming from Parliament inside the National Assembly, where MPs have begun the voting process in this contested motion of no confidence in President Jacob Zuma. Obviously, the key word that has been used in the lead up to this motion is the issue of conscience. Now, opposition MPs have been urging members of the ANC to use their conscience rather than the party mandate in terms of voting or coming to their vote. But on the other hand, the ANC has been insisting that their political conscience is defending the party and following the party line. Now, as you come to us, MPs are being called in alphabetical order. Let's cut back to the speaker. I see she's making an announcement there.
Observed by all of us, both the House and the gallery.
Cele Bheko kwakhe Hamilton, Cele Mosi Anthony, Chance Roger William Tobias, Chauke Hlomane Patrick, Chikunga Lydia Sidisiwe, Chilwane Tapelo Dorothy, Chohan Fatima Ismail.
Right, it seems like the speaker has just found something that may deter the free and fair voting process. I'm going to bring in now the spokesperson of Parliament, Mr. Muloto Mutapo. Mr. Mutapo, basically the speaker did outline some of the conditions of voting, and I see some of the cameramen have been removed from the House. Can you perhaps maybe recap on some of the issues that should be observed during the voting process?
Well, you would have heard that the Speaker has eloquently outlined the process that needs to be followed, a very strict process. You cannot afford to make a mistake with regard to that, because otherwise it will undermine the integrity of the entire process, especially the critical part, which is the secrecy. So as you have seen the Speaker now, and this follows on the ruling that she has made, or the appeal that, or the instruction that she has given to the operators of the parliamentary cameras, the ones that are used to record the parliamentary proceedings, or to transmit the parliamentary proceedings, to say that the cameras must not zoom on the voting booth, so that the members of parliament can be able to cast their ballot in secret. Now, I think as time went on, she realized that there are also, from the members of the media in the gallery, journalists with a very long lenses. Now, they can be able to zoom into the inside of the voting booth. So in order to make sure that there is no such possibility, the Speaker has therefore appealed to them or instructed that they must not be into the house, in the house, so that the integrity of the entire process and the secrecy of the vote itself is well guarded. And that is a very critical matter. And you'll have seen also that before the actual voting started, the members of the assembly table, they took those 2 ballot boxes and showed their inside to all the members of the assembly, so that they can see that there is nothing inside before they were locked and closed, so that they can be used to deposit the vote of members of parliament. So you can see that the Speaker is very meticulous about the entire process to ensure that the outcome of this process is as it enjoys the integrity and the confidence of the people of South Africa, as well as the members of parliament.
Yeah, of course, the voting process is still unfolding inside the House. Noted that the Trade and Industry Minister, Rob Davies, is one of the people that has already deposited his vote, as well as Deputy Transport Minister, Jeremy Cronin, who's also the Deputy Secretary of the SACP. It would be interesting to note that whilst the party, as the SACP, has called on the President to step down, it would be interesting to note how the SACP component within the ANC would vote in this motion of no confidence. And of course, those results will come straight after the voting process has actually been finalized. Mr. Mothapo, again, I think the issue of people carrying their cell phones or iPads into the voting booth has been prohibited.
Yes. No, absolutely. It's prohibited. You will see that from the initial voting procedure, a document that has been issued, the Speaker has indicated that there will be no cameras, there will be no cell phones, there will be no gadgets inside the counting room. So there is no one who will be allowed to carry the cell phone or any other gadget inside the counting room. And also she has indicated that even inside the voting booth, no one must go there into that with a cell phone. So you cannot take a picture of how you voted whatsoever. So that also goes back to that question of guarding the secrecy of this particular process and ensuring that the entire process enjoys the confidence of the people and is of a highest integrity.
Yeah, those are live visuals coming to you from the National Assembly. I see the Committee of Chairs there, Mr. Cedric Frolick, one of the people that just deposited his vote. Coming up there, I see the Finance Minister, Mr. Malusi Kigaba, by the table staff collecting his ballot paper before casting his ballot.
Means now we've moved from letter C to G now.
One G. I also see the EFF Secretary General, Mr. Godrich Gardi, also in the line for voting. And I just to also give you a sense that these voting booths are also wheelchair friendly. So those members of parliament who are on their wheelchairs will be able to cast their ballots in a very comfortable way. Former finance minister there as well, Mr. Pravin Gordhan, also just deposited his ballot in the ballot box. And it seems the process is going quite smoothly at the moment. Now, Moloto, if I can bring you in again, maybe just to explain the purpose of locking the doors during the voting process.
Yeah.
What would happen if perhaps maybe one of the members needs to respond to nature? What will happen then?
Well, we have seen one instance where a member wanted to respond to a call of nature. I think it's something that you know, with the cooperation and the discussion or the consultation with the whips that are responsible for the orderliness in the House, it can be discussed so that a member is not unnecessarily disadvantaged. But the issue of locking the doors is a standard practice in Parliament, that every voting, even on bills or any other matter question before the House, the doors get locked. So it's not different here, because a very important decision that affects the entire population of the country and the future of the country is being decided by the highest tribunal of the people, Parliament. And therefore you cannot allow any other unnecessary interruptions. That's why the whole process has to be conducted behind locked doors.
Right, the voting continues there. We've just seen Mr. Mondli Gungubele just going off picture there after depositing his ballot in the ballot box. Now, he's one of the people that has been outspoken in the lead up to this motion of no confidence, saying that he's going to vote according to his conscience. Whether that conscience is going to be voting in favor or against the motion, it remains his secret for now. But we will check the numbers at the end of the voting process in terms of which way will this motion go. Also, the leader of the UDM there, General Bandu Olomisa, one of the people that have just casted their ballots. As MPs trickle in according to the alphabetical order. And the members are being called in groups of 4 because there are 4 ballot booths. And just with regards to the voting process, Moloto, I say it's going quite smoothly. Any indication of how long does it normally take?
Well, judging from the experience of because the last voting by secret ballot that took place was in 2009, when the President of the Republic, the nomination of the President of the Republic was against the nomination of, there were 2 nominations rather, one from COPE, Reverend Dandalo, and the other one was from the African National Congress, President Jacob Zuma. So it took quite a while. It took quite a while, as far as one can remember. But it seems like this one will go smoothly. But as you know, it is conducted in alphabetical orders according to the surnames of members of Parliament. So we know very well that letter M has got quite a lot of people. So when it comes to letter M, it is likely to take quite a while. But so far so good. It's going very smoothly. I agree, and I think we should be done quite fairly soon.
Again there, just stepping into the booth there is another ANC MP, Dr. Makosi Khoza, who's also been outspoken in the lead up to this motion of no confidence, also saying that she is going to vote according to her conscience on this vote. I see she's making a way to deposit her ballot paper in the ballot box.
And you can see that these ballot papers, before they are handed over to members of Parliament, they get stamped with a parliamentary stamp for the purpose of authenticity, to ensure that no any other ballot paper can be used. You remember that the Speaker has outlined also as part of the process, she said that there are 3 ways that a ballot will be regarded as null and void or a spoiled ballot. And one of those is that if the ballot does not have that stamp, it will not be counted, it will be regarded as a spoiled ballot.
think now where we are at the alphabet K in terms of surnames. I see the UDM Chief Whip, Mr. Ngabayom Zikwankwa, also making his mark there. Mr. Alf Lias from the DA also just got his ballot paper, making his way to the voting booth. And at the moment, it does look like everything seems to be going according to plan.
Yeah, it seems quite impressively orderly. You can see that as directed by the Speaker of the National Assembly, the members are coming as they are called in alphabetical order to collect their ballot, go straight to the voting booth, cast their vote, deposit it in the ballot boxes and go straight to take up their seat. And it looks very orderly. And that's why I'm saying that because letter M normally has got many surnames, I'm sure as soon as we cross over the letter M, we should be able to wrap up the voting process.
If I may, for a moment, just jump to the counting process. Will the different political parties be allowed to have what is normally in the general election referred to as the party agents to do oversight over the counting? Will that be able to happen?
Yes. No, of course. To ensure also that the integrity of the voting process is guarded, the representatives of political parties will be present as the counting takes place to ensure that they can witness each and every ballot that is being counted. So it's very important, and the entire counting process will also take place under the supervision of the National Assembly Speaker. So you can see that the Speaker is really marshalling the entire process from the beginning to end. She's here making sure that she's observing the entire process, she's directing the entire process, and after the conclusion of the voting, the ballot boxes will be locked and they will be taken to a separate room for counting. She will also be there, assisted by the Sergeant at Arms and the Parliamentary Protection Services, and as well as the Secretary to the National Assembly, as well as we have already stated, the representatives of political parties to ensure that they observe and they can monitor the entire process.
But has that proposition not been changed in terms of counting outside versus counting inside the National Assembly in full view of the MPs?
Well, the initial process outlined in the document did indicate that. As I said in the beginning, the whips of political parties have reflected on the document itself outlined in the voting process. So there could be some of the areas that they have amended. So it is possible that it may take place here, but let's wait for the Speaker to announce. But in terms of the original document, it did indicate that it will take place in a separate room. But I'm not certain as to which part of the document has been amended by the political parties. So the process, then we will then wait for the Speaker to give any update with regard to the entire process.
Also seeing there, just walked out to take his seat, the State Security Minister, Minister David Mahlobo, also just casted his ballot there. Perhaps maybe if we can also reflect on the absenteeism rate for this city.
Well, I think, I believe the most latest numbers that we have seen is that there are 300, around 300.
Well, I don't know. It seems like Mr.
He must be disqualified.
Order, honorable members. Indeed, that was a breach, but we will have to deal with it. He has removed it.
Order, Speaker. Order, Speaker. Order, my man must be disqualified.
Order.
Order, my man must be disqualified.
Honorable members, can you allow this to be dealt with properly? Please let the voting proceed.
Makubele, Zondi, silence. Makondo, Thomas. Makwetla, Samson, Pathache.
Yeah, as I was saying, the numbers that we currently have at the moment is approximately 319 members of parliament across all political parties present. So we have approximately 10 members of parliament who are absent from today's sitting. And we do know that there is a case of 2 members of parliament that are hospitalized following the accident, the unfortunate accident that happened last week. The basic education, members of parliament belonging to the basic education portfolio committee who were traveling to PAL on oversight work. So those approximately 10 members of parliament that are not here today.
Well, it means that we are working approximately about 390 members that are in the National Assembly for voting. Seeing some of the MPs also taking their positions in the voting booths. Leader of the EFF, Mr. Julius Malema, just casted his ballot. I see also DAMP Solimaladzi.
So we are on MA now.
Well, I suppose those are some of the longest number of MPs in one alphabet. Would the mother of the nation be in this sitting, Mayor Madikizela Mandela?
Well, we do know that the Honorable Mama Madikizela Mandela has not been well for a while now. And as you know, in terms of the rules, if you are not in the house for a specific number of time, or rather for a particular period, you have to be granted that particular leave through a resolution of the House. And she has been duly granted such leave of absence because of not being well. So she will not be in the House today.
Well, that must be noted, and maybe we must wish her a speedy recovery.
Indeed, indeed, we wish her a speedy recovery. We also wish the 2 members who are currently hospitalized speedy recovery.
Now, of course, one of the big hitters that the ANC brought out this afternoon in the debate was the Defense and Military Veterans Minister, Nosiviwe Mapisa Ngakula. She is in the green there. She just made her mark and about to deposit her ballot paper in the ballot box. Also, ANC MP and Deputy Defense and Military Veterans Minister Kibi Mapatswe also in the voting booth there. In picture, Minister in the Presidency, Jeff Khatebe, alongside Human Settlements Minister Lindwe Sisulu. I see the leader of the opposition, Musimaimane, sharing a light moment with the DA Chief Whip, Mr. John Steenhuisen.
Masuku Madala Bexin, Masuta Chililo Michael, Maswanganyi Mkachani Joseph, Matale Castle Charlie,
Mathebe Dudu Helen, Matthijs Leanne, Matiase Nthako Sam, Matlala Motswaledi Ezekiel, Matsepe Choloani David, Machoba Mandisa Octavia, Matsimbi Catherine, Mavunda Risimati Thompson, Maktekwana Comley Humphrey Magokwa, Mania David John.
Mazon Natasha Wendy Anita, Mbaba Tandeka Moloko, Mbalula Fikile April, Mbata Moses Sipo, Mbele Zakele Njabulo, Mbinda Lutando Richmond, Mbuyane Simanga Happy, Mtunu Sibongile, Maglolin Alon Ross, Mdakane Mzameni Richard.
Memela Tandi Cecilia, Mente Ntombovuyo Veronica, Meshu Kenneth Raselabe Joseph, Mfeketo Numa India Kathleen, Mhlongo Sibonakaliso Philip, Mhlongo Tepo Winston, Mileham Kevin John, Jobo Lindiwe Ntombe Kaise, Mkize Tlengiwe Butle, Mkongi Bongani Michael.
Memezi Humphrey Mtumzeli Zondelele, Mula Martha Pindile, Musi Samuel Khayesi, Mwabe Sibusiso Christopher, Nganga Kabashe Lungi Annette, Nguni Derek, Nguni Pumzile Justice, Mnisi Nokaya Adelaide, Mukhotsi Velemina Pulani, Mukhalapa Stevens.
Well, if you've just joined us, these are live visuals coming from the National Assembly as MPs are ongoing in the voting process in the motion of no confidence in President Jacob Zuma. Of course, earlier the debate was heard by all political parties represented in the House. And I think there was only one party that explicitly said that it would not support this motion other than the ANC, and that was the PAC. Other parties have indicated that they would support this motion. Now, MPs are being called up in alphabetical order to cast their ballot, as you can see there. That's Lehonolo Mokwena from the EFF. Minister Edna Molewa there just cast a ballot. And also there on your right of your picture, Mr. Sech Mutau, who just deposited his ballot. So this process is going to take quite some time as officials do not want to be taking any chances in the freeness and the fairness of the process. Joining me in studio, of course, is the spokesperson for Parliament, Mr. Muloto Mutapo. Now, earlier, Mr. Mutapo, we did see that there was some form of complaint that was being raised by Police Minister Fikile Mbalula. I think somewhere around the voting of the DA leader, Musima Imane. Now, if there are complaints or there are disputes, how will those be solved?
Well, for instance, the issue that has been called by Minister Mbalula with regard to, I believe, the leader of the opposition, I didn't pay attention. It's one of those issues, procedural issues that can be recorded and they can be looked at and the ruling will be given. But of course, in terms of the counting inside of the counting place, efforts have been made through an inclusion of all the key stakeholders in the counting process to make sure that the issues, any potential complaints are dealt with. So we do not necessarily foresee any form of complaint during the voting process because of the presence and the participation of all the stakeholders, and key amongst which being the representatives of political parties represented in the assembly. But with regard to other matters that get raised on the floor that has got no material effect or immediate material effect on the voting process or the procedure itself, those are the matters that can be looked at and a ruling can be given later or today or at another sitting.
So which body looks into those disputes or perhaps maybe appeals by those aggrieved parties?
Well, this is a sitting of the House. I mean, as we are discussing now, the voting process itself is part of an ordinary sitting of the House that is under the regulation or the governance of the rules of the Assembly. And we know that when the House is sitting, as and when there are points of orders or the presiding officer is being pointed to some procedural matters, there can be an immediate ruling. The ruling can be reserved for later, to be issued later or at another day.
And just with regards to rulings that are being deferred, would that then mean that perhaps maybe if they are overturned at a later stage, the process can be redone?
No, I do not foresee any process being redone, because as I'm saying, those that have got no material effect on the process itself, they can be looked at the later stage and and a ruling can be provided. For instance, we have seen with regard to the threshold that we're talking about, because the Constitution says that the motion can be carried over by the majority of members of the House. So meaning that we are talking about 200 plus 1. But that is an issue that requires further clarification, because there is no immediate clarity with regard to that, as pointed out by the Speaker. And the ruling will therefore be given upon being given to the legal advisors for a legal opinion. A proper and appropriate ruling can be given at the later stage, and in this regard the Speaker indicated that she's looking at next week, but we do not believe that there will be any effect on the process itself immediately.
All right, these are still live visuals coming out of the National Assembly. Just a short while ago, the spokesperson of the EFF, Mr. Mbuyiseni Ndlozi, dropping his ballot in the ballot box, as well as Deputy Telecommunications Minister, beg your pardon, Ms. Stella Ndabeni-Abrahams, also just casting a vote. And we now see to the left of the screen, Deputy Cogta Minister Andres Nel. I did note when the name of the Speaker, Ms. Baleka Mbete, was due to be called, it was skipped. I see probably because she's presiding over this sitting, perhaps maybe at which point does she vote, if she votes at all?
Well, in terms of the rules, the Speaker does not participate in the voting, because she is the one who ordinarily will, if there is a tie, provide a deciding vote, as far as my recollection of the rules of the Assembly, if it serves me well. But she does not participate in the voting process, but because of the fact that she's able to give a deciding vote when there is a tie.
All right, there we have it, the fate of President Jacob Zuma being decided by members of parliament there as they are casting their ballots. And shortly thereafter, we'll hear whether President Jacob Zuma stays or leaves office. All right, for more on this and other issues, we now cross to our reporter, Mariska Botha, for an update on events there. A very good afternoon to you, Mariska. Thank you so much for joining us. Where are you exactly, and what is actually happening there?
Good afternoon to you. Yes, I'm actually looking at Parliament from where I'm standing right now. We're in the parallel street that runs right next to Parliament. It's actually the main street that leads up to Parliament. It's called Plain Street. We're on the corner of Plain and Commissioner Street, and this is where the ANC rally is taking place. You might see behind me there's a big truck up. It's got a massive screen up, and there's a few hundred ANC supporters and members busy watching the proceedings in Parliament from this very spot right here. So far things have been running very smoothly. It's actually a very jovial crowd that's here. Every now and again we hear spontaneous singing, some dancing. Earlier on we had a few members of Parliament come out and address the people just before proceedings started inside Parliament, telling them not to lose faith. This is about the ANC. It's not just about President Jacob Zuma, and the people are very lively and very much in support of President Zuma staying in power.
Do you perhaps see members of the ANC or members of the opposition party? Who exactly are they?
Well, excuse me. This is actually more for supporters. Right now there isn't any of the main ANC members here. Most of them are in Parliament busy conducting that voting as it's going on. It's mainly supporters, members of the public, those who are in support of the ANC that's out here supporting. Earlier on we saw a group of school children also coming out singing and dancing. So very much a group of supporters watching proceedings, listening to everything that's being said. Every now and again they react to what's happening in Parliament. So a very lively group that's here and actually anxiously waiting to hear the outcome of that vote.
Are those people gathered there aware of what's going on inside?
Absolutely, they are 100% aware of what's going on. There's a very big screen up and they are following the proceedings live. So they can see everything as it unfolds, as it happens. They saw every action that took place since the debate started, and now when Speaker of Parliament Baleka Mbete announced that the voting will proceed, yes, they are very much aware of what's going on and reacting to what's going on throughout the proceedings.
And I presume security forces did manage to maintain law and order there?
Indeed, so far things have been going well. There hasn't been any incidents, any reports of physical violence or disruptions or actions. There is a strong police contingent out. We have seen public order police out. There are a few police vans scattered all over the city. We saw Nyalas. Actually, on the other side of where we're standing now, there's barricades up where the EFF and DA and COPE and among those are gathered to watch the same proceedings as well. But so far, things have been running very smoothly and peacefully, but a large police presence is maintained.
All right, Mariska will certainly be in touch with you a little later on. But for now, though, let's cross back to Parliament.
Robinson Denise, Ross David Christie, Ryder Dennis Richard, Schmidt Hendrik, Cornelis, self James, Siminya Machweni, Rosina, Sinukwanyane Dorin, Zamantungwa.
September, Cornelia Carroll, Shabangu Susan, Sheikh Imam, Ahmed Manzoor, Shalembe, Maliake, Lyman, Shin, Marianne Robin, Shivambu, Nico Floyd, Shope Sithole, Sheila Colleen Kensani, Sibande Mtikeni Patrick, Singh Naren, Sisulu Landiwe Nonkeba.
Sithole Ketamabala Petros, Siwela Elvis Kolwana, Skosana James Jim, Skwacha Mcebisi, Smith Vincent George, Sonti Nokulunga Primrose, Soyu Makotso Magdalene, Stenda Terry, Stenhazen John Henry, Stein Annette.
Stubber, Dirk Jan, Surti, Mohammed Enver, Swat, Steve.
All right, so there we have it. MPs casting their ballots there in that motion of no confidence vote. And as MPs vote in this motion of no confidence in President Jacob Zuma in the National Assembly, this is what they had to say earlier.
Ndade Ramaphosa, you said, I will not keep quiet and remain numb to what this means for our country and its people. We will protect those we will not protect those in our ranks who are involved in these actions. Ndade Ramaphosa, today will you put your words to your actions? And then there was a frank admission by Honorable President Zuma when he recalled the events that led to Polokwane in 2007. In fact, he said, had we known that our revolution and our struggle were going to be handed over to an immigrant Indian family going by the name of Gupta, we would have behaved differently. We would have never thought that Zuma was the right person to lead the ANC and to lead the alliance or the country for that matter. Babu Nzimande, are you prepared today to correct your mistakes of 10 years ago in this house? We were moved by the brave words of Honorable Khoza when she told President Zuma, South Africa no longer leads you. Uphold the ANC's constitution, uphold the country's constitution, and step aside. Your vote in this motion, Mamu Khoza, is the honorable and the ultimate service to our people.
We're not questioning whether the president has got powers to appoint a cabinet or reshuffle it. But we have a problem with a cabinet that gets reshuffled by people who are not elected. Because if a cabinet is reshuffled by the Guptas, then we know that the president is no longer executing his responsibility. We are rising against the Guptas who are reshuffling cabinet. We are rising against the Guptas who are appointing the boards in ESCOM, in PRASA, in Transnet, in SABC, in SAA. We are rising against the Guptas who have ensured that our economy is downgrading, that our economy is in recession. We are rising against those who have surrendered the people's power into a family of foreigners. That's what brings us here today. If the president had executed his responsibilities and respected his oath of office, we will not be here today. We will never call for removal of an elected president who respects his oath of office. So stop misleading yourself. Stop telling yourself a lie. The vote is secret. Your conscience will remain with you. You know we are telling the truth.
Today, we as the custodians of our nation's well-being must act to save South Africa. This motion of no confidence is not against the ANC. We're not here to say ANC must fall. It is against corruption. It is against state capture. It is against one man. The president knows that I'm deeply uncomfortable speaking against my head of state. There are more people who are younger than myself are more comfortable saying "Pansi with Zuma," which I cannot say to an incumbent, head of state. I'm a patriot and a servant of this country. I believe in respecting the office of the president, and I've never attacked the office, either publicly or privately. I believe in protecting the dignity of this highest office in our land. which is why 10 years ago, I proposed separating the position of head of state from the head of government. That wasn't done, and now we've reached an impasse. To protect the dignity of the office of the president, I am forced to speak against the man who has brought that office into disrepute.
Having said that, Speaker, today's debate is historic. Today's vote is crucial and critical. Never has South African society been so mobilized. No matter how the vote goes, for South Africans from all walks of life, they want change, they want action. South Africans of all persuasions feel betrayed, rejected, and made mockery in the eyes of their counterparts across the continent and other nations. Day by day, they see their hopes of a productive, thriving, rich, caring, and prosperous South Africa dashed.
Following the success of the UDM by creating a safety net for all members of parliament through voting by secret ballot, we have to seize the opportunity to put the people and the country first. In this regard, let us vote against the abuse of power, the infamous bogus intelligence report, and the abuse of the resources of our people. Let us vote against the threats to our sovereignty and the constitutional order.
Today we are going to give it to our modern day fanatics of fame and fortune, the Democratic Alliance, who consistently want to appear as the authors of the moral script and custodians of good conduct in society. In the DA, the word revolution doesn't exist. Everything they do is guided by opportunism, lust, and desperation for fame. Our movement, the ANC, has led the charge in liberating the people of South Africa and leading the rest of society to a right path, one that has always been about reconstruction and development.
But Honorable Deputy Speaker, what we have in South Africa is a president who is constantly doing blame shifting. It's never the fault for or of the president. It's always someone else's fault. It's always shifting the blame. If the economy doesn't grow, it is because of white monopoly capital. It's shifting the blame. That is what you are doing.
Here we have a situation of an individual, a leader, who promised our people to uphold the Constitution, but has been found by the highest court of our country to have lied to the people because he did not uphold it. If I was asked to vote for such a man, I would refuse. And I invite you, the whole House, don't vote for anybody.
On behalf of the ACDP, I want to take this opportunity to commend those courageous ANC MPs who have, despite personal threats to their safety, stood their ground and spoke out against state capture and corruption. It is those courageous MPs who know that this motion is not only about opposition politics, but rather it is about the very soul and survival of our country.
The people of South Africa have the expectation that we will bring them a new beginning today, and we dare not fail them. I stand here today to make an impassioned plea to members of the ANC not to disappoint the people of our country again. In particular, I ask you not to disappoint the millions of South Africans who have stood by you through thick and thin. If you keep Jacob Zuma as president today, many of your faithful supporters will no longer call the ANC their home.
But we've been here before, 7 times in the last 7 years. The only difference today is that the process of voting will be secret. The reason it is secret is because there is some belief amongst the opposition parties that some ANC members in this chamber will vote with them, thus giving a boost to their no confidence motion to oust the president. In other words,
well, that was members of the various political formations in Parliament stating their case shortly before the voting started. And now we go back to Parliament, wherein the voting is still in progress.
Yes, we thought of that and we talked about it. 33. I want to ask the Secretary to read the relevant section of the Constitution.
I don't have speaking rights in the House.
The font is too small for my eyes. The Secretary, when called upon by the Chair, must assist. Please read this, it's too small. It's 53-2. 53-2B. Secretary, can you please read on my behalf?
Section 53(2) of the Constitution reads as follows. The member of the National Assembly presiding at a meeting of the Assembly has no deliberative vote, but A, must cast a deciding vote when there is an equal number of votes on each side of the question, and B, may cast a deliberative vote when a question must be decided with a supporting vote of at least 2/3 of the members of the Assembly.
So I hope, Honorable Mulder, you are satisfied that that settles the matter?
No, it does not, ma'am.
It doesn't?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, go on.
No, I think the section is quite clear. It says exactly the point, that if there's a 2/3 majority needed, this is not the case at the moment. There's not an equal number of votes at the moment. You're not expecting to cast a deliberate vote. As a member of the House, you're entitled to vote.
Masmulen.
She is presiding, she doesn't vote. Finish, settle it.
Honorable Mulder, there is a situation which I learned when we were busy with the negotiations. And that was that depending on how many lawyers you had in the room, you would have that many interpretations of whatever sentence or whatever we're dealing with. These lawyers here in front of me, who are my assistants, are very determined that that's how we've always interpreted this section. And that is that unless there's a need to do a casting vote, when in fact there's an equal number in the House, then I would have to exercise that casting vote. And that's how we've always interpreted it. Now, unless we ask that that matter also be dealt with along the other one, we are going to be here until midnight, knowing how many lawyers are in this hall right now. So I would like to request that we do it the way we've always done it. If you insist, it should go to that same exercise, that process that will determine the other issue. If there are no other members that have not voted and wish to do so now, the table staff will now close and seal the ballot boxes. And I will suspend proceedings shortly to enable the Secretary to count the votes in the chamber in my presence and the presence of the designated party representatives that they may not use electronic equipment in the chamber to take pictures or disclose the results in any way before they are announced in the chamber. The bells will be rung for 5 minutes to alert members to the resumption of business. This will be after the counting is done. Business is now suspended until the bells are rung.
All right, there we have it again, members of parliament casting their ballots to determine the fate of President Jacob Zuma, whether President Jacob Zuma will leave tonight or not. It's all in the hands of the members of parliament who we see on your screens right now casting their ballots. And, prior to this, lobbying was quite frantic in the run-up to this vote. I mean, everybody expected that the ballot would be held open, but now suddenly it's been held in secret, and that changed the ball game totally altogether. And what I've noticed is that most ANC MPs spent the debate slamming the opposition rather than defending the president. Nobody stood up to say that President Zuma is a good person or President Zuma deserves to stay, but they defended the ANC and then slammed the opposition. And one interesting thing that the SG, Gwede Mantashe, said earlier on this morning is that the ANC MPs have a responsibility to defend the ANC, and that is pretty much contrary to what the Constitutional Court had declared. Now, the ANC is quite fraught with a myriad of inconsistencies, one member saying one thing and the other member saying the other thing, and it's quite interesting what would happen. It's quite interesting to see what would definitely happen to those members. And he also said that if you want to exercise conscience under a cloud of darkness or secrecy, it's not conscience at all. It is a false conscience. But then the Speaker of Parliament, Baleka Mbete, did just that, and the jury is still out whether they will take her to task in as much as what they did to Makosi Khoza, whom she was slapped with charges for bringing the party into disrepute. Now, should this motion of no confidence fail, I mean, the defeating of this motion by the ANC, would it be underpinned by personal interests or in the interest of the country to avoid the myriad of inconsistencies in the machinery of government, say for instance the Treasury, for example? And we've seen the Treasury being a revolving door for finance ministers. We've seen 4 finance ministers serving the same portfolio in one presidential term. All right, it's a wrap from me. It is 7 minutes before 6 o'clock, and Peter Ndoro and Francis Hurd are standing by to give you more updates on this. I'm Simpio Ngone. Thank you so much for tuning in. Till next time then, bye-bye.
About that trending life, the looking good and all that slayage? Well, fear not, because Trends has all the fashion do's and don'ts for you to stay on point this upcoming season.
This film will be an immersive spectacle. You got Kong that's 100 feet tall.
It tells this incredible story of man versus nature.
The iconic stage production by Mbongeni Ngema is back with...
Kom nou. Jy skou voor die dag by die huis uit en nou is jy kassigte besig om te praat. Wat is dit met jou? Kom karring jy aan my? Ek weet daar is iets tussen jou en Willem aan die gang. Hou op. Hoeveel keer moet ek nog sê? Nee, daar's niks tussen my en my neefie aan die gang nie. Is jy verveeld? Soek jy sensasie? Die feit dat jy so reageer, sê vir my dis waar. Wie plant ek 'n snert in jou kop? Ek weet Willem het jou gevra om te trou. En wat van die verloofring? Dieselfde een wat jy gesê het 'n klantsin was. Ek het jou gesê, hy moes dit vir 'n vrou gee wat dit verloor het. As jy vir een oomblik dink ek koop daai storie. Al ooit gehoor van 2 ringe wat dieselfde lyk? Praat net die waarheid. Ek probeer jou help voormale uitvind. As jy gaan aanhou om leuns te versprei, is ek klaar met jou. Sê 'n woord hiervan vir enigiemand en ek nie meer 'n suster nie. Amie, ek sien vir Diedrik. Hy's 'n great ou en hy maak my gelukkig. Hoekom is jy verbaas? Het jy gedink ek sal enigiets vir jou sê terwyl jy my van siek goed beskuldig? Jou verduidelikings maak nie sin nie. Ek is ernstig. Een woord en ek's klaar met jou.
Enjoy the feeling. Feels good in my heart, in my soul when you're here right beside me. And no one can stop me from the way I'm feeling. Nothing can ever bring me down. And no one can stop me from the way I'm feeling.
Lay's. Life needs flavor.
John, are we still paying the right price after all these years with our insurer?
Hippo. Hippo.co.za.
It's a free-to-use price comparison website.
Just put in your details here.
Does all the hard work for you.
Hippo instantly gets quotes directly from a range of insurance brands.
Just one website compares all of this.
You don't even have to break a sweat.
Look how much you can save with this.
We could pay for salsa lessons.
An easier way to find insurance and more. To get quotes, SMS Hippo to 45579 and they'll call you back or visit hippo.co.za.
Jy beter net hoop ons maak nie nou 'n helse groot mistake nie.
Ons Frans moet almal mal wees. Ons kry seer en probeer weer. En weer.
Vlug na Egypte. Tuesday at 7. SABC 2.
Just when you thought things are as they seem.
Something does not add up there.
Well, it seems you thought wrong.
She had to go along with.
Impossible crimes do happen.
Somebody's life is on the line.
And the culprit could be anyone, even family.
It's hard to believe that it's actually real.
These are true crime stories.
There is no pulse. He has perished.
Prepare for a spine-tingling chill. Thursday nights, 10:30, SABC 2.
Een se dood, dis die ander se brood.
Tuesday, SABC 2.
We taught you that song. We taught you. The first time we disrupted your president. You must sing it very well. You don't know even how to sing it. We must teach you how to sing it. Teach them how to sing it.
Honorable members and guests in the gallery, can we all take our seats? I have received a written report on the results of the votes from the Secretary of the National Assembly. The results of the vote by secret ballot are as follows. The total votes, 384. The yes, 177. Order, honorable members. Can I finish? The no, 198. Honorable members, I haven't finished, and there were 9 abstentions. And therefore, the motion of no confidence in the President is accordingly negatived. ANC!